You ever just zone out and then forget that your mic was muted? I love zoning out. My favorite pastime. I love it so much. What up, turnips? How have you been? How am I? Tired. I've had a weird past 2 days. Like, I was supposed to stream Sick But Surviving. I hope I feel better. Yeah, it's all good. So, was supposed to stream my time at Porsche yesterday for like 4 to 5 hours. And I just kind of like crashed and burned. And I just didn't feel like continuing it because I was like, it started off bad. I wasn't playing well. And like, I was just way too like overwhelming myself, even though I had an actual game plan. I had like a notebook and everything. And then Gold, myself, my friend Neko, and my friend Derpy were playing Dead by Daylight. And I don't really know what happened during DBD. Sunflowers VC. Yeah, I kind of just I didn't know where I kind of stood in Flora's community, just because I know I'm kind of a tryhard and a hard ass. But then Flora came to my Mario Kart stream recently, so I figured that was a good sign to maybe try to come back to the community and such. So I kind of just lurked in the call for a bit. And then yeah, Gold joined, and then I was waiting for Neko to stream DBD. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to just ghost Gold, so let's get Gold in there. Neko's always happy to play games of Gold, because Gold's actually one of the few people that does well on DVD. Missed. My brain doesn't compute that. It's hard to imagine I get missed, but I'm sorry. No, I don't know what happened during DBD though yesterday. Like, I think we were all playing really well, and like the games were going smooth. I don't know, I just felt so off. So like I had to cancel the night stream yesterday, which was supposed to be Mario Kart, because I felt so off, and I thought it wasn't going to be good, like a good stream experience. So canceled that stream, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna wake up early tomorrow, and then we're gonna stream on like Thursday morning. I was supposed to have the day off because I was gonna work on scripts. I was gonna work on a whole bunch of content stuff, and then I had to cancel that stream because I was just so tired. And then at the same time, my dad decided to just randomly essentially order like a new windshield for my car, and just had some people like install it. So he's like, I'm gonna need you downstairs for an hour until they're finished. I don't know when they're gonna finish, but you need to pay them. So I'm just sitting on the couch, and then like an hour goes by. I guess they were still there, and he's like, oh, you know what? I'll just do it myself. You can go back upstairs. I was like, are you kidding me? So I just had to just sit there for like an hour doing nothing. Like, what was that? So like I had to cancel that stream, and that was because like it was just too late, and I knew I had to go to work soon after, so there was just no reason to do like a short stream. And then tonight tonight I was supposed to stream my time at Porsche, and I switched my idea for it because I think it's just gonna be a lot more fun with what I'm switching it to. We're still playing my time at Porsche at some point, just not right now. But like after I like got everything all set up, I just like sat here for maybe like 30 minutes or something, and I just blanked out. I just could not bring myself to, and I do feel sleepy. I do feel tired. I probably should just go back to sleep. But I want to stream. I want to keep doing stuff. I think think I've had just so much on my mind since Wednesday night to even during work. Like, all I did during the work was like stock the shelves. Got a little bit sick, but like I just was stocking shelves and making sure everything was looking neat and such. And I was so like distracted about like Neko stuff. I was distracted about like seeing like realizing I'm should probably reintegrate with Flora's community. I was thinking about my own streams, thinking about videos, that I just like overwhelmed myself. And what should have taken 30 minutes to do my closing duties took an hour and a half. Just like fucked something up like majorly, but luckily the kit luck came into play and it completely fixed my fuck up. Like the amount of astronomical luck I have in real life is insane. Essentially, I completely miscounted a drawer. Or well, I counted it correctly, but because I was handling things in a specific way, I like moved some money around to like make sure everything was even, because that's what I'm used to from previous jobs. But you're not supposed to do that in this job, so it screwed up my numbers, and I was like, shit, I'm gonna be short X amount of money. Weirdly enough, the customer, as one customer, as they were leaving, was like, "Oh, just keep the change," which was exactly the amount that I needed. So like, the fucking stars aligned and saved me there. But I, yeah, no, the star like literally just aligned there. But still, like, I had a talk with there was a guy from a different store who was like helping today and yesterday, and I was like, can I just get a confirmation that everything I've learned through being a surgery scheduler, being a banker, and being the dental receptionist and insurance guy, I need to file those thoughts away, because none of them is going to make sense in this retail world. And he's essentially like, if in a perfect world, you would be probably the best. Unfortunately, retail don't give two shits, because I was like worried about audits. I was worried about the numbers match. Like, so to put like to explain the whole thing as brief as possible, there's a certain amount when you're a banker, you have to make sure your drawer is exactly the right amount. Okay. So you can go over, you can go under, and you have to sell like money there to the to the vaults, and buy money from the vaults if you need it. But essentially, you want to make sure you are around your quota and make sure that you are properly balanced. You're not over or under, right? And then bartending world too, like sometimes you're going to be a few cents short, but they have to all balance out. Apparently, in the retail world, news to me, if you're a dollar over, 80 something cents under, 2 cents over, what have you, they don't give a shit. Do not balance it in that way. Just grab the money that's owed, go from there. Oh, you're 52 cents under? Your drawer's like 52 cents under the normal? Goodbye. Like, you don't need it. Don't worry about it. Don't try to get it back to the standard number. And it's just fucking with me, because I am of the mindset from previous jobs that it has to be the same starting amount. Every single time has to be that same starting amount. And apparently that is not the way to do it. And a lot of like the ideas that I have that are from my other jobs completely go against policy, which is hilarious. And I like, the big thing is I just don't want an audit to happen and then people like raising eyebrows about things. Apparently like they just don't care. Oh, for the past 6 months, this is the information you put in. It's all been the same. Good job, team. It's like, okay. So, I just was like, I felt really slow today, and just, yeah. Also, I think I annoyed the pharmacist accidentally. I think it was also just because, like, I kind of just was, like, standing there, just, like, waiting quietly, and I wasn't really asking for what I needed, so. Yeah, so. Excuse me. Coughing. So, Yeah. But I was considering not streaming tonight or doing like DVD or something. But the people who would be playing DVD are all asleep. And I didn't want to play my time at Porsche right now because I don't think I could focus. I did have another option. By the way, I'm just standing around here because I'm also like delaying, trying to figure out what I'm even going to do in Palworld. We'll figure that out in a bit. I did want to stream Pacopia, but as I put in my Discord, I'm done with Pacopia. Excuse me, hiccup. I'm done with Pacopia, kind of. I'm literally missing 2 Pokemon in the DLC. I've already finished the DLC and the event that came out today. Like, it was stupidly easy to get. So that's all done. It's literally just a waiting game for the last 2, and then, yeah. That is Redeem Gigantifying Emote. I've never seen that. My podcast for the night. I'd been told I have a very... I don't even know what Gigantify is, but look at... There's the Kiddaw. We love the Sheeple. The Sheeple's great. That's another game I gotta go back to. I don't know who I want to play it with, considering the context of that game, but it's such a good fucking game, dude. But no, I've been told that my voice, like, it helps people sleep, so if it helps, it helps. But thank you for that, Turnips. Yeah, no, Copia is done. I've been learning really quickly that there's a lot of wrong information online for Pacopia, so it's kind of been going to the forefront of like a video idea that I would really would want to do. Sorry, I was like checking my recording stuff. Yeah, that works. Anyway. Yeah, Pacopia is just pretty much done, and I have to now deal with all the misinformation online, so gotta be up in 3 hours. I don't think I'm sleeping tonight, so hopefully you don't put me to sleep. They always say you got a nice mellow voice. Yeah. I don't really try in that case. Like, I can get chaotic if I really need to, but it's not my immediate, like, go-to. So, what do I want to do? That is my question for right now. I think I know what I want to do. It's not terrible. Yeah, let's go do that stuff. So, Palworld, since that's the game that we're playing today. As I move that over there. You know what? Sure. Please do not try to kill the Cativas. They're just chilling. Let them live. The lamb balls are relaxing. We have... I don't really know what I want to do. Like, we can catch some Lucky Pals. I've been leaving the game on for absurd amounts of time just to raise, whatever it's called, the trust of my pals. And I'm, like, working on all the Lucky Pal stuff. So, like, there's that I could do. I don't know. I also don't know why these have green lines. But that's fine. There are dungeons that we can do. So there's a lot of stuff. Let me just get out this giant shovel for some reason. What do we get? Refined metal schematic 2. So that's something else I need to figure out. Power fruit. Okay. So I was told, unfortunately, I was told quite a bit of misinformation. I don't think it was intentionally supposed to be misinformation, but it was misinformation, so we gotta clarify it. So I got some Palworld stuff to talk about. I have some ridiculous ideas to do. It's just one of those things. Um, we're just gonna have a lovely time with this. Okay. I mean, there's a few things I gotta do, considering some of the bosses and stuff. So let's talk about some things that I've learned between the last Palworld stream and this Palworld stream, as well as a specific pal that I am going to need to look for. Also, you might see that I have a whole bunch of just random books. I did get a few luckies, two of which I shouldn't have, and it will make sense when I talk about them. For now, just know that oh yeah, I can go over there. So, previously on the Katathi channel, let's not worry about those salads. I know where those salads are supposed to go. So previously, I was trying to grind souls and grind specific drops and tech points, and it really wasn't working. It still hasn't worked, which is unfortunate, but I have decided to try to look into some questions that I never really got answers to, and upon doing that, I have learned what we can call some insane things. So let's start with the new things that have been gotten. I don't know how I caught a Bushi that's lucky and a Verdash that's lucky, but that happened. They've been caught. I was trying to do something else and those two just showed up literally right next to each other. Like, I shit you not. Why are you 3 stars? Why are you both 3 stars? I haven't given you anything. I don't understand. Whatever. They're 3 stars. That's great. Well, I actually don't know why they're 3 stars. Do you collect humans in the game? I have a friend that has almost nothing but human grunts with guns, which seems crazy to me. So you can, but I don't. So my playthrough of this game is catching every single lucky pal, including the pals that can never be lucky, such as these two. That's where mods come in. So, there have been some modded pals, because why not at this rate? I could try to mod in humans to be lucky, but humans are useless in this game. So, no, I don't collect any humans. I exclusively just hunt the lucky pals, and then also we hunt the alphas as well, because the alphas, like, it's just nice to have one of each, in my opinion. Like, these ones are also alpha. You are missing your power, but, like, that's okay. And then we give them funny names, like Super Saiyan Sonic over here, or Headlights the Deer. Helter Skelter, Classic, Sparker Ducker, Firefoot by the Fruit, Puff and Fluff, we'll get to you, Backed Up Eggs. You know, we don't have to think about how eggs get backed up. And then there's other things that you could laugh about in this game, such as how a Depresso uses the hot springs. So we can just put Depresso right here, and Depresso, you know, everyone loves Depresso. They're just hella depressed for some reason, and they drink energy drinks. And, you know, if you just decide to throw them in a hot spring, they drown themselves. So, you know, yeah, you're doing great, buddy. Just come up for some air, I hope, maybe. Yeah, that's Depresso for you. Depresso is so depressed. It's weirdly funny. But yeah, so I'm just collecting all the lucky pals. I did get a awakened Turticle, which was super cool, and a Wispaw. That was pretty awesome. And then, we got all these that are there. Big headlights. And then, we got a Pangolin Lux and a Penking Lux, so we'll worry about them later. So yeah, there's a lot of luckies that I've gotten. The Kit Luck reigns supreme, and then also the power of mods helps us get some other things that we technically couldn't get. So it's fine. But now let's turn our attention to Puff and Fluff. Puff and Fluff, our good old Lamball here, is going to be where I explain more things. So, first off, implants are permanent. Unless there's other implants that are one-time use, I believe implants are permanent. Case in point, Puff and Fluff here. Puff and Fluff has Artisan. If I go here, you will see that there's an implant right here. I bought this implant, and now I can always give Artisan, which is plus 50% work speed, to any of my pals for 50,000 gold. Not bad. So there are some implants later in the game that I do need to get that will help us out with making the perfect of the lucky pals. Keep in mind, all lucky pals are going to be working in bases, and all alpha pals are going to be the ones helping us fight, for the most part. So Puff and Fluff has now lucky 15% attack, 15% defense, and 20% work speed. Serious, which is 20% work speed. Artisan, which is 50% work speed. And Diet Lover, where their hunger decreases 15% slower, which hunger is really the thing that's been sucking. So yeah, I have this Lamball is 90% faster at work speed. It also knows how to summon Spirit Flame, so that's cool. We love the Lamball. We love Puff and Fluff. However, we can go further, and that brings me to potentials, because I have been told across the line, across everything, for some reason, that you cannot change the potentials of your pals at all. So the number that you're seeing on the top right, where it shows the heart, attack, and defense, you cannot adjust that at all. No way to do it. Impossible, some have told me. Hunger seems like it would suck in this game. I don't want to have to micromanage my pals like that. So luckily, if they're in your party, they're automatically eating, and I have enough omelets to, keep my pals going. That's also why we have over 10,000 salads here, because not only does it help with their hunger issues, but also it makes them work faster, and it actually keeps them sane. Also, don't question why the chicken's still awake. I think he has insomnia. But anyway, if we go into this chest, we will see that I have a power fruit, a life fruit, and a stout fruit. These increase the pals' attack, HP, and defense, respectively. And I think what people believed for the longest time is that it only affects, so if we look at this of Tamamamathy here, it from what I understand, it seems like this would only get increase. Like you can just keep increasing it over and over and over and over again. Same with the attack, same with the defense, and just keep going until some arbitrary stop. However, I'm going to use Lunaris for this one. So Depresso, you're just going to stand there for a second, and then I just want to do this. So let's take a look at Depresso, or sorry, Lunaris. Lunaris, you're not Lunaris. Okay, I don't know what just happened there. So Lunaris has 92 HP, 73 in attack, and 96 in defense. Lunaris now has 83 attack. You can max out your pals with those fruit. That is how you're supposed to do it. There is a way to do it. People, I guess, just haven't really pieced that together, I suppose. I guess they might think that those are useless in the game. I don't know. But for all intents and purposes, you can raise their stats. So now that's another thing I need to do, because according to how I want to finish this game, I need to max their stats of every single lucky. Alpha pals don't really matter that much to me, but the lucky pals do need their stats maxed. Also, I would like this. This is actually going to finally save my life. I've been waiting for this for ages. We do have a lot to get to do today, though. I'm going to be up for a while, so. Alright. Pal metal armor. Nice. Looking pretty good. Volika's doing good things. By the way, Volika's my female OC. In case you were not aware, turnips. Pretty much most games have Volika as my my go-to femme character. Good old degens. Anyway, so yeah, that is that. I guess another thing to show off real quick is the second base. I haven't really shown this off, but I can do that right now. Oops. You both, I don't know why you're both sleeping here. Dude, look at the crevice. It looks so comfy. These two do have beds right above. I just made this place, like, gigantic. But realistically, like, this is just a second base to just make use of Pal's talents that aren't going to be needed in the first base. So, yeah. I don't really know why they're sleeping like that. But, you know, pop off. You do you. So, with that all being said, I think it's time that we do some more exploring. Yeah, I figured that was going to happen. Supply drops imminent. It's happening right above us. This one. The Depressos don't care about what just happened. Depressos are just chilling. Oh, what I need to do is I'm taking off these because these guys can die. Boom. Easy piece of cake. Please do not murder the Cognitos. They're just chilling. This is bad. Come on. I have maxed out my swim speed though, so like we should be able to zoom around quite a bit. I would like to collect some things, take care of... Please do not murder the Fwacks. I'm pretty sure Sparks would kill me if a Fwack died. I just need to keep moving. But yeah, starting off in this game can definitely be very... Really? Okay. Starting off in this game could really be tough, especially managing like hunger and like your pal's hunger. But once you find out that salads are like the easiest thing to make in the game, and also are just like stupidly cheap, you kind of just roll with it. Also, this is where the Puffles and the Jolthog Crysts are. Okay. We do have some grinding to do later, but for now, I just would like to catch what I need to catch. We do also have some dungeoneering to go to, so... I need a name for my Melpaca as well. That's something to consider. Also a place to go. Is there a base here? According to my map, there is a base. However, it looks like the base is not there. I don't know what happened to most of the bases in this game, because there's supposed to be raids and all this sort of stuff. and like nobody could name them Cusco. You are so right. They are a bear. Cool. The poison for Cusco. Cusco. I can't do a Patrick Warburton voice. He's too good. He's too good. Cusco's poison. I love that movie so much. Like, it's not my favorite movie of all time. That goes to a different movie, but it's definitely like top 5. Easily top 5. Oh my gosh, Emperor's New Groove is just so good. Just like it's just so good. And then there was the whatever it was called, the spin-off show, which was what, Emperor's New School. That was pretty good too. Listen, you just give me more with like Kronk and life is just good. Right? Like, to be fair, what's weird is like you have the Emperor's New School and Emperor's New Groove, and like Cusco is like the figurehead of that, but like Yzma and Kronk steal the show the entire time. Like it's those two steal the spotlight easily. Easily, they steal the spotlight. Why has Disney never done more with the IP? That's what I ask myself. That's what I ask in general. It's so good. It's so good. But like there's no ride. You go to a Disney park, there's no ride about the Emperor's New Groove. They could have, isn't it like what, if I recall correctly, it's been a while since I saw the movie, but like, isn't there like a roller coaster that gets into Yzma's lair? Right. Why not make the roller coaster? You get to go into Yzma's lair and then you get to get dropped off at a shop. And when you get dropped off at the shop, you could buy the poison for Cusco. And it's like a grape drink or something like that. Like, I don't know. I feel like it would be a grape drink or something, or a cherry drink. Something like that. Oh, hello. You look sad. I'm gonna go save you. I don't know. Disney makes some interesting choices. For sure. I haven't been to a Disney park in a while, though. I was more... maybe it's just me, but like, I absolutely preferred Six Flags over, Six Flags over Disney, which I don't know if that's sacrilegious to say, but I really, really prefer Six Flags. Like, they just have better coasters, better rides, better management of like everything. That's my take on it. Kronk was the perfect man. Funny, dumb, and cooks with Yzma was the perfect woman. Evil, they should have done way more. Absolutely. They absolutely should have done more with both of them. Hands down should have done more. Which is, like, I don't even think it was that bad performing of a movie. Like, if I recall correctly, like, all throughout my middle school and high school years, they would rerun that constantly. Like, on Disney Channel. It's like, oh yeah, what movie you're watching again, Kit? Oh, I'm watching Emperor's New Groove. And like my parents and I, we would have that recorded. And like my dad, is dumb in a lot of ways, and I probably will never see eye to eye to him with him for a lot of things. But listen, some of his tastes in like movies, I know he loved Emperor's New Groove, and like that was great. Then again, it might not mean much for me, considering the fact that my favorite movie of all time is Looney Tunes Back in Action, which is a fucking great movie. And my second favorite movie is Space Jam, the original Space Jam. So, like, Looney Tunes Back in Action, Brendan Fraser, so good. Yeah, Bugs Bunny, you got Daffy, you got all of the Looney Tunes cast. They're just trying to steal the diamond. Like, it's great. It's so good. It's such a good freaking movie. People say it's the worst, like, Looney Tunes movie ever, but like, you know, they're just like, ah, whatever. Like, it's, hold on, Bushies. Have I caught, I know I have the lucky. Oh, I haven't caught the alpha. Okay. Good to know. But Space Jam OG, like, I grew up loving Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan is fantastic, and I don't care what anyone says. I know that some people are like, oh, by the way, like, Michael Jordan kind of sucks because, you know, his whole baseball stint. All right, you're not even the right one that I wanted to catch, but that's fine. Goodbye. Like, you got Looney Tunes and Michael Jordan. Now the sequel, I haven't seen the sequel, and I heard it's ass. And frankly, yeah, it probably is. Like you can't one-up it. You cannot one-up the OG Space Jam. You just leave it as it is. Just leave the OG as it is and move on. That's what they should have done. But no, they're like, oh, LeBron James, I gotta get him in on this. Then we can use him for multiverses. And then have that game completely flop. It's a perfect idea. But the original Space Jam, and you got the guy, is he from, he was originally from Jurassic Park, right? I don't remember the actor's name. Like, forgive me there. But like, hello team. You know what, Cusco's Poison? Time for you to, oh, you're doing a great job. Yep. I don't know why I decided to climb. What are we doing here? Why are the Elgroves fighting me? Cusco's Poison, what did you do? Like, why am I climbing? Why are you upset? We're dying in numerous ways. I think the Elgroves have waged some war for some reason. I don't know why, but they have. Hi, you have a minigun. You're dead. Alright, cool. Trying to use nostalgia to make money first instead of trying to make a fun story is a problem, I think, with Space Jam 2. And that's the thing, is like, a lot of things are dictated by money nowadays. You can't have anything good because it has to, that's the weird thing, okay? And I'm not gonna understand it for the younger generation. I'm so sorry to the younger generation, but like, they are so, I feel like they're so boned. We talked about this during, was it during the Dead by Daylight stream? I think it was with Neko. is what it was talked about, where I pointed out the fact that like it feels like the younger generation is more or less screwed in the notion that like there's no like game series that are coming out for them. There's no movies or like TV shows that like they're going to grow with and then be super nostalgic to see in the future. It's just like whatever the quickest cash grab is, and then it doesn't stay. To which the response from that was, well, Kit, you're not the target audience, so like you're not going to see what the games are, the TV shows or the movies are for kids. Like you're not the one that's it's being targeted to. I get that. I do. But like I still feel like I've been on the internet long enough to where I should be hearing about like, oh, you know, here's this new like kids TV show that's gonna be the next Phineas and Ferb. Here's the next teens TV show that's gonna be the next Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Like, there's all these different things that there should be. Am I gonna die? No, we should be good. Headphones are being weird. Everything gets 30 citizens to because greed poor kids. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, turnips. Kids don't get shit. So like you like if things get canceled so quickly because of greed, like where's the nostalgia? Where is like what's gonna happen when those kids get older? You know, they're gonna turn 18, they're gonna get turned 21, they're gonna have a job, they're gonna try to start a family. Well, I guess no one's really trying to start a family in this economy. So like, I mean, like they're gonna try to survive, I guess. Like, what games are there for them? Like I think about the Game Awards, right? You got the Game Awards, you got like a whole bunch of games that are being talked about and celebrated, and every time I'm like listening to the Game Awards or like hearing about the nominations, I'm like, this is all for people my age. Like, I feel bad for people who are younger than me because like these games, like they're not gonna really like understand the whole aspect of, right? Heck, Pokemon, right? Pokemon, the pinnacle of like supposed to be from kids games. When you were a kid, when I was a kid, you know, I got Pokemon Blue. My grandma got it, and I played the crap out of that. And I skipped Gold and Silver because we never bought it. But then I played the crap out of Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, and I was still a kid. So like, I was playing the crap out of that. Diamond and Pearl, Black and White, Black 2 and White 2. Like, sorry, Platinum is also in there too. Platinum's a good game. Just, I forgot to talk about it. I'm sorry. You have all of these like Pokemon games, and now we're at like Winds and Waves is coming out at some point, I guess. Awesome, that's good to hear. But guess what? Like, I feel like the Pokemon games are now more for the adults rather than the kids. Pokemon Champions, you're not seeing a 10-year-old playing Pokemon Champions. Heck, it feels like when there's like the Pokemon tournaments or anything like that, like there are some kids who are there, sure. But like it really feels like 9 out of 10 times you're seeing somebody who's been with the Pokemon scene for like 10 years or so, 10 to 15 years, being the one who wins. Like what's that popular, he's a popular Pokemon streamer because he's a competitor, Wolfie, right? Which is funny because that used to be my game name before. I think it was Wolfie something, who like I think he's been like in the tournament scene for like 10 to 15 years or something like that, like a hella long time. Dude's still winning tournaments. He also won them as a kid, and then he's, you know, now he's grown up and still winning tournaments. Like what do kids get? What do kids get nowadays? And what happens when like my like the people my age, like 30 plus, just pass away? It's like, oh, well, we can work on the previous gen. Oh, they don't care about anything. Huh. We could make games for, well, no, that's not gonna matter because like They're not there. Okay, well, I guess we'll say screw that generation and worry about the next. Like I don't know. Maybe it's just like me being like closed-minded, but it really feels like they're only making it really feels like a lot of the games and stuff nowadays are just only made for, I would say, anywhere people from like 18 to 30 plus, maybe 18 to 40. 18 to 40 I think sounds a lot better. Like, once again, I am happy to be proven wrong, but I look at like all the indie games that are coming out on Steam, new releases. Like we talked about the fact that I'm going to be streaming EverQuest Legends in the future because that was like a huge game for me in my childhood, and now I'm going to get that nostalgia hit. But yeah, for kids and teens nowadays, there's not going to be anything. So what happens when they grow up? Like it it feels like we're really just giving up on the kids and the teens of the current day. Like, sure, you got the iPad kids, right? We always joke about the iPad kids, always on their electronics and don't know what the real world's like, but the real world's so fucking shit that, like, makes sense for the kid to be on the iPad constantly. Nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. It sucks, but, like, when the world's, like, a really, really bad place right now, for a whole bunch of reasons, like, what do? You protect the kids, first and foremost, so you don't want them to be hearing about all the terrible shit that's going on in the world. Okay, yeah, fair. I get that. So, you know, give them the iPad so they don't know how bad it is. Then they're going to grow up. Oh, what's this like? What's happening in the world? They're not going to know. They're not going to know, and then things are just going to get more confusing for them, and then they're going to get to 20, 30, and when they're supposed to start getting into, like, whatever their career they want to do, if they want to jump into politics or all that sort of stuff, and they're just going to be like, yo, I don't even know what the fuck's going on. These people are fighting for some reason. Why? It's like, yeah, because you've been so protected because of your freaking iPad and stuff like that. But, like, you know. But also today's kids are way more fucked up than previous, so. If they had more things, they probably wouldn't always be on the iPad. And I agree with that, but, like, what things do they have is, like, the big question, right? Because you could say, oh, they can go outside and enjoy going to the park and going to, like, a whole bunch of things. Do you have anything good? Ooh. I'll... I mean, I'll... I might need to see what moves Cusco's Poison has. I feel like Cusco's Poison could be so much better. Sedisma. Okay, what? You have Lucky and Ferocious. You have Aqua Burst, Power Shot. Oh, you don't have anything. Alright, well, we'll worry about leveling you later. Yeah, like, there's no reason for kids to go to the park nowadays. Like, just being out and about is just terrible. You leave your kid out in the park for, like, 5 minutes and some idiot asshole's gonna come along and take them. And, like, people would be like, oh, you're joking. That's not how, like, the entire world... Listen, how many times have you heard in more recent years of, like, kids being left alone for, like, 5 to 10 minutes and then they just never get seen again? Like, there's so many shitty people in the world now. You know, I talked about that with my manager. And I think I talked about this on a stream too. Because, So, shoplifting. I've never shoplifted. Never taken anything from a store. But, like, middle schoolers, high schoolers, like, they do it all the time. Sometimes adults do it, especially when it comes to alcohol. Sure. And fucking finally. Um, but like I've always wondered, like, what do you like? There's this notion that if for shoplifting, that just don't do anything. That's always been the thing that I've been told across every job. I think people like know it now, like the back of their hand. If anyone's shoplifting or anyone's trying to steal something, you just let them do it, so that way there's no confrontation. That the company doesn't get sued and you don't get hurt. And I get it, sure. But there's a part of my brain that says, what does that teach the people that are doing it? That they can just get away with it. That they can, like, do whatever the fuck they want. There was, this way. There were some kids the other day where they openly were like talking about like thinking about shoplifting and trying to figure out what they get. So I just stood there and just like pretended to like work like nearby, and they were like dissuaded and like kind of waiting for me to leave the area, to which I just stayed there for like 30 minutes. I was getting some stuff done, so it wasn't like fruitless. But like I didn't want them to steal anything, so like they got annoyed and then left. And it's like, cool. And even today, like there was these two kids who came in, probably like middle schoolers or something. They went straight to our energy drink section and immediately are like looking around to try to get an idea of if they need to steal, if how they're going to steal it. To which my response was just staring at them. And when you have, I guess for some reason, and I don't know why this is the case, I'm going to thank my wolf tattoo that's on my forearm. Maybe it makes me look tougher than I look. I have no idea. But apparently, like, they looked at me, they got like a little like skittish, then like they walked up, looked, and I could very clearly see that they're looking at my arm, so they could see like the wolf tattoo. And maybe that means that this guy means business. I don't fucking know. But immediately they like ran up and they're like, okay, we're gonna pay for this. And I was like, oh, okay, sure, go for it. Like, thank you for paying for it. Like, I could very easily tell that you were about to shoplift. We're scoping out the place to figure out if, like, how you're gonna get away with it, and you got scared by the guy with the wolf tattoo with a skull on his forearm. Like, sick. No, yeah, no, and like, it sucks that I feel like there's more bad people in the world than good, which is depressing to think about. So I try not to think about it too much, but yeah, kids should have places to play and be kids. They should like be able to grow up in a world that's peaceful and like people are like positive and, you know, they're, you know, protected and stuff. But people are fighting every single day. They're angry. They hate each other. Those are crazy. You deserve to live. Holy hell! What a throw! Like kids should have like places where they feel safe, and like I love the online space because there's people, say like myself, and there's, you know, Flora's community, Neko's community, where, okay, kids shouldn't really go to mine or Neko's stream because we're definitely 18 plus, and the amount of time boobs and butts get brought up on my stream is, it happens a lot. I mean, let's be real, look at my ending screen. It's just Privity and Aid from Nikke dancing. Like, it's Nikke. Play Nikke. I love the game. It's fantastic. Some people have been crying tears of like emotion from the most recent update. That's great. Like, I know my place is not the place to be for kids, and like that's perfectly fine. But they should have like those safe spaces. But when you have people who are on the platform and they're just there to fake prank people and like just get the dumb kid views, or just be a horrible influence because it's going to get them money. Like, when kids grow up, they're not going to know any better, and then they're going to start to do that. once again, I talked about the shoplifting thing. There's no, like, there's no downside to shoplifting. It really feels like, because if every single company is like, we don't want to be liable for like our employees getting hurt or like there being a confrontation with the kid or anything like that, so just let them go. Okay, it's just going to encourage them to take more because there's no downside for it. So you're raising a bunch of people to be just assholes. And then you have the online space where, like, I've talked about it with Dead by Daylight. I've talked about it with other PvP games. I hear about it from like Spring with like Marvel Rivals, and I'm pretty sure Overwatch has this. Deadlock has it. Jesus told me. You have people who are being super incredibly toxic. You have Twitter filled with people who they hide behind like the username so they can be as toxic as possible because it's not going to reflect back on them because it's a alias. Like, I get it. But it just kind of sucks that like we're at a point in life where people, one, don't really care about what goes on with other people, but also two, kids are just kind of boned, and then three, while kids are just boned in life, you have everyone else realizing that they could be the worst they could possibly be and get away with it. That's just depressing. This is why my streams are me being real. So at least everyone knows that they have a real person that they're dealing with. I get it. I'm a PNG tuber now. I'm not facecam anymore, but it's still, you still get the real kit. Now, if my plan goes into fruition, then technically half the time there might be a fake kit, but like, we'll get there. There should be third spaces where it's safe for kids to play and be kids. I think there would be almost nothing but a still spaces line now has a bad effect on kids. Well, that's the thing. I think that's like the big point to make in all this turnips is that and I don't know how it is with like older generations, everything. Maybe the same thing has happened for them, and it's just because we have like a narrow-minded viewpoint that it doesn't really like we don't take notice of it. But I'm gonna say my generation. I don't know your age, turnips. I don't know if you're part of my generation or the generation prior.
Yep.
Yeah, and you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Absolutely fine. With my generation, right? I'm 30 years old. Like, it really feels like, oh, you're 30 as well. So you're the same generation as me. Okay, yeah. So like, it feels like our generation just kind of, and maybe this is just being egotistical here, but it really feels like our generation just kind of went like, this is all about us. This is all about us. Oh, you know, these games, they're for us. The art pieces, they're for us. This life, all about us. The kids, fuck the kids. Politicians, fuck it. We can make our own choices.
Yep.
Religion, we can make our own choices. It's all about us. Constantly. And companies, this is just what I'm seeing. Companies see that. They're like, man, this generation's fucking stupid. But like, we can capitalize onto them as long as it takes. They're going to, like, we'll pass, and we've just milked as much as we can out of these stupid fuckers for our entire lives. We've made shit tons of money off of them. Great. Oh, the younger generation after them, like, what happens with them? They're fucked. The ones after them, they're also fucked. The ones after them, they'll probably get used by the previous two generations and just go from there. Like, it feels like if you're, I'm gonna say currently, if you are 16 years or younger, your life is probably super boned because of the way society and everything has been right now, and the way that our generation has kind of made it all about us. The people succeeding on streams and everything are our age. The people who are making a negative difference in the world, let's just be real, are our age. There's not really anybody making positive differences, and if they are, they're the generation after us because they're desperately trying to find a way to get a voice in, and I completely get that. They absolutely should have a voice. It just sucks that most of our generation are assholes. And that is the horrible truth. Like, it really is. When our age are very caring, outspoken people. Well, that's good because yeah, no, my experience is the complete opposite. But once again, I'm a very like sheltered person. Like I'm a very much a pessimist. Like, sorry, I haven't had the same. Yeah, no, I'm like once again, I'm very much a pessimist. Like for like my background, the amount of people who have used me for their own personal gain in life that have been in my age is probably in the double digits, probably higher than 30. The amount of times when I've like streamed and like I've made friends and it's just to further their own agenda is also in the double digits. Like there's a reason why I just keep to myself a lot of the time, or like I'm incredibly clingy to Neko because she's like the only one who's like given me like any hope. I mean, there's other people, absolutely, but like in the streaming sense is what I mean. Um, Obviously, I got like Ray, Derpy, Cheese, and stuff. I'm so sorry. It's all good. It's just my life. Um, so like, I mean, I still feel hurt from like the Splatoon days, where like I met Spring, who I now work with in real life, playing Splatoon 2, and we used to be part of this giant Splatoon 2 YouTube group. We like were friends with Vic Vion, Squidman, Undead. There was the big ones, which were Viantastic, and then there Octoling Hacker was also like up and coming, and I got to have a few conversations with them. Alpha Star, and then for me, all it took was being part of a collab group that didn't care about anybody else in the group. They just wanted as many views as possible, and I was there specifically to cause chaos. I wasn't there to grow. My name wasn't posted, like my YouTube channel wasn't posted in their like about section when we were streaming. Like my name was there, but like the fact that I streamed wasn't there, or the channel. But because of how chaotic of an individual I am in a lot of games, they're like, Kit's the one that's gonna draw the viewers. Just have him just be there. Freaking, we played Exploding Kittens on Tabletop Simulator, and I happened to have a VR headset at the time, so I just started dancing in the middle of the table for no reason. And then playing Uno, I just walked to everyone's cards and just cheated. And everyone very blatantly saw me cheat. Like, just for no reason other than I could. And it was just funny. But once again, yeah, no, that's kind of been like a lot of what my streaming stuff has been, is being used. The leader of that group, though, then got found out to be a domestic abuser, and I wish I could say more to further support the evidence against them. In this was something that was like 2 years ago, that their previous significant other was asking if I would make a video on it, and I said I would love to, but I don't have any evidence anymore. I have deleted every single message from them. I'm not part of any groups with them anymore. And based on the fact that I also got completely excommunicated from the Splatoon group, me saying anything would hurt the position more, because I'm still on the shit list for a lot of them, unfortunately. Well, no, Turnip say I don't know if you don't know about the Splatoon situation. It's I think the video is still up on my YouTube channel. So it's also my real big trouble that I have with artists, which I'm not trying to overgeneralize artists. I know you're an artist. Spring is also an artist as well, so is Ray. They're the two that are helping with all this stuff. Heck, even this PNG that I'm in right now, after having all of the issues now with the Fiverr artist, with 3 fake accounts, them changing their name, and then like acting like everything was okay. Like, oh my god, my luck with artists is horrible. But it all started Yeah, no, this was way before Flora and even Neko. Neko was actually the result of after me being removed from the Splatoon community. So what happened was I commissioned another. You can generalize. I hate having big emotions about bullshit happening. Just need to voice it. Yeah, I think most of the people who are banned on this channel are artists. Funny enough. But anyway, sorry. Um, Not only did I play Dead by Daylight in the past, I also played the Dead by Daylight. It's a kind of like the exact same game, just different, like some different mechanics and everything, but it's still made by Behavior, called Identity 5. Identity 5 is a mobile game, still I think overseen by Behavior, but somebody else developed it. It has a lot of different collabs as well, a lot of really cool killers. I think it's a more fair version of Dead by Daylight. From what I remember back in the day, it could have definitely changed, and there were some really cool characters in that game. My favorite, as well as this artist who I will not name, our favorite one was the photographer. And I could actually, let me pull up real quick. I've actually shown this off on stream a few times before. So let me do window capture, photographer. So this is the photographer. Super cool looking. This skin, the Azrael skin, I purchased. And there's also the Cheshire Cat skin. And I spent, I think, over like $100. And I spent, I think, a week trying to figure out how to gift it to this artist who we were really good friends. And I gifted them the Cheshire Cat one because that's what they wanted, but I kept the Azrael one. And super cool mechanic, fantastic, like one of the best killer powers ever, if I'm being honest. Spent all that money to just make him happy because they're a really good friend. Keyword is were. And for our Identity 5 streams, because we were always collabing them, we were going to have a unique thumbnail to use for the streams. They didn't stream themselves, so I was going to. And I wanted to have a specific thumbnail. They were an artist. And I said, yeah, let's do it. And I paid like $100+. I think it was like 160 or something like that for the thumbnail. Because we were going to have it super detailed and everything, and it could be changed. It was like there was so much into it. And I didn't know artist prices at the time, but I had a bunch of savings. So I was like, yeah, let's do it. A few months go by. No work, no progress. I keep checking in. Nothing. They're like, yeah, I'll be getting to it. I'm just kind of backlogged. To which another of our mutual friends commissioned them to do an art piece, and their commission got finished before mine got started. Keep in mind, we were still playing Identity 5 together at this point. So I was really confused. And they were showing off commissions that they most recently done, and I thought, oh, it must be on a wait list. Nope. These were commissions that were within like the week. And that was them finishing them during that same week. They just had no interest in doing the Identity 5 thumbnail. So that, coupled with the previous group that I was with, becoming very obvious that they were just using me for views, and I felt completely blindsided over the fact that I spent a whole bunch of money for something that I was super passionate about and didn't even get a sketch. Didn't even get anything. And I asked for a refund, and they ghosted me. And then we stopped playing Identity 5 together. Yeah, no, and they ghosted me. It took somebody from the group, it took the abuser from the collab group to reach out to them on my behalf to get the refund. Which is all sorts of fucked up, and like 7 degrees of fucked up, right? So fucked up. So I made a video because I was done. I was like, I had talked about how I was so done being used for content. Like, I have a channel that I wanted to run. It's a hobby of mine. Yes, I would love to do full time, but like back then, it was still just a hobby. And I love making people laugh. I loved being a positive influence in a lot of people's lives. And like these are viewers that I tutored, that like I helped to get. Some of them are in college now that I've like helped them with that. I've helped them with job application stuff. Like, I've been I did so much for the my own community. So the fact that these other streamers were just using me really hurt. And then there was a other. Well, this was years ago, and I think they're off the. So I'll get to why here in a bit. Turnips. There's a little bit more. There's also another charity live stream that I was on from a uh, from the person who made me hate shiny hunters because he would get a shiny Weedle or something, and he would jump out of his chair, start screaming and crying and everything because that gave him 100,000 views, and he just did that for every single one, and encouraged other people to do that, and then gave me 2 spots in his charity live stream where I couldn't even like advertise myself at all, which whatever. But also, once again, he needed somebody to draw in views, and those were the highest views within that like the nighttime area. And it was like 3 in the morning for me. That was Pacific Standard Time, 3 in the morning Pacific Standard Time, and like because it was across 3 days. The second day I think it was like 4 or 5 in the morning. But my block was the most watched one because Kit was the one causing chaos and doing random shit that made everyone laugh. So I had it. I talked about the collab group and how fucked it was. I respect a lot of people from that group, except for 3 in particular, and that was a thing. I said the artist, y'all should never work with them. They're horrible. Like, I thought I was a good friend. I thought we were chill. I'm now ghosted and blocked. Like, I don't know what the fuck I did. And then I accidentally, and in my tirade, I accidentally said something bad about another streamer who was part of the collab group that actually didn't do anything wrong. They were the ones I was on the best terms with, and we fucking up some words actually dragged their name through the mud, so they got upset at me. To which I've talked to Spring numerous times, and I really need to talk to them to apologize for all that in the past. I know bygones be bygones, it's been years, but still. That video was met with complete hate. No one on my side, no one in the Splatoon community had my back except for Spring. The Danganronpa community that I was a part of, they had my back. But no one in Splatoon had my back. They just thought I was full of it. They didn't even believe the stuff about the artist. Now, the reason I'm not bringing up their name and why I don't need to is because they got found out for being such a creep towards the biggest Splatoon creator on YouTube, Viantastic. They were such a creep to them because they had like a huge crush, and it wasn't like a viewer like streamer crush like the ones like they were trying to take it that extra mile. And it got, I guess, to a point where it got so incredibly bad that they got blacklisted from everybody in Splatoon. And I don't think they do art anymore as a result. I still had some contacts in the Splatoon community, but from what I understand, they took their obsession way too far. Which was just fucking weird, but that's from what I understand. So, but yeah, no, the collab group was fine leaving me, and all of them blacklisted me. The Splatoon groups that I was a part of blacklisted me. Spring, obviously, I'm still been friends with, and he had my back throughout all of it, so I'm always grateful to Spring. And obviously, my friend's still there. And then, I mean, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have met Neko, who is like one of, if not the most important person in my life. She's a fantastic friend, and I couldn't ask for a better friend. That she deserves way better than me as a friend. Yeah, it's just ever since then, I've had so much trouble with artists. I have so much trouble working with other people. It's why I rarely collab with other people. It's why, like, when I get myself integrated in a community, once again, like Flores is a good example where I integrated myself in the community, but got so scared over the fact that I was gonna fuck something up and that I was just gonna be a thorn in everyone's side, as I just tend to be for some reason, that I just saw myself out. It just sucks. Like, it's par for the course. And then, I thought things were going better. I mean, Spring and Ray, once again, they're doing fantastic work with art. So that's their CZ as a thorn. I'm glad. I still think Pasta's upset with me, but that's just, there's not much I can do there. Um, I don't know. It's interesting thinking about this now, considering the fact that I also live with a family right now because I had to move from Washington to live back with my family due to monetary reasons because of my debt and all that sort of stuff. But considering the fact that every single person in this household just sees me as if I'm the fucking devil, like I'm Satan themselves, and I'm like the worst person ever. Even though I feel like I'm nice, I feel like I care about people, I, try not to get involved into arguments and try to keep the peace. But like the fact that they treat me like I'm a fucking worthless piece of shit and like the devil. And then I think about all of like the issues I've had like collabing with people and artist stuff and the Splatoon stuff. Like there have been moments, and I think this is what also hit me yesterday a lot, is like I do wonder if I am that piece of shit. Because my family's treated me like that for years. And the fact that it just keeps happening, like, am I doing something wrong? I don't know. So it takes a lot out of me. And I have these stints where I think about it a lot. Just having a rough go of it. The problem is a rough go of it for most people, I feel like, is like a few months at most. This has been, streaming wise, I would say 6 years of the roughness. Family wise, fucking more than 20. I think like more than 2/3 of my life has just been them shitting on me. So family stuff, we're not gonna worry about that. I think it's dealt with whenever it gets dealt with. Clearly dealt a shit hand, you're not the problem. Eh, I hope that's true, but it's hard to think the other way considering everything. I mean, recently we'd lost a regular due to, I'm going to just really quickly check. I don't usually do this. I was like, I'm just gonna really quickly check to see if they're on stream. They left the community, so I don't think so. But I always feel like I need to check. I'm still going to be safe. I'm not going to say too much. But there was somebody who they were new regular. They love the content. They completely ignored the fact of who I am crushing on and proceeded to relentlessly flirt with me and then call me at 4 in the morning just to talk. Or what was the tipping point was while I was streaming with Lottie, trying to call me in the middle, completely ignoring the fact that I was on a stream, and then getting angry at me that I wasn't picking up and calling me an asshole while I'm actively streaming with Lottie. Like, I blew my gasket, and then they called me an asshole and then left the community. because they're like, I loved you and you were great and you're fantastic, but you really are an asshole. So like, go fuck yourself, Kit. I, I'm just like, you called me in 5 in the morning. You try to interrupt a friend's stream just because you wanted to talk to me. And like, you did not care for a second, like what I was doing. I was like dead asleep, and you would say, "Oh, you're cheating on me," when we're not even dating. I had very little interest. So then, once again, it just goes back to, is Kit the problem? Is Kit not the problem? And then people leave. It's just one of those things. Kit's life is an anime. Oh my gosh, I didn't even talk about the thing that I heard at work today. Like, I I was joking with the new guy with the he was a supervisor from a different store. Um, but like he was just there to kind of like oversee how I was doing and stuff. And there was already like we already prefaced everything as like some weird shit might happen. Kit's here. Kit's life's an anime, so just roll with it. And like he was confused, like laughed it off or whatever. Freaking oh my gosh. Sorry. I know I've been dreary, but this is a funny thing and also horrific. But like I need to lighten the mood. I'm so sorry. Um I was putting some stock away in one of the aisles, and this is like super late at night, and a family walks in. I'm very very confident that it was a dad and their two daughters, and the two daughters might be like just barely in the high school, maybe middle school age. Also, Cloudy Yumi, thank you for the Hoya. I appreciate that you read the rules. Welcome to the stream. You're welcome to being one of the only people who read the rules and say Hoya. I appreciate it. Welcome to a wild story that you're about to hear. I apologize. these so this family walks in. Sorry. I this is so fucking crazy what I'm about to say. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. Just chilling. How about you? I'm just talking about a work story that happened today after a lot of jury stuff to talk about, weirdly enough. So I'm putting away stock, and I hear the dad of this. Once again, keep in mind that both of these daughters are like middle school to maybe like early high school, just based on how they look. And he's just like, "Oh, look at this! I think we know it." What's the word that he used? It was like, "Hey, look at this! I know what we. This might be something to get you." I'll talk about the rules and why that is. It's not as strict as you're thinking, Cloudy. But I'll go over it a bit. But anyway, I don't remember specifically what he said, because it was something along the lines of, "Hey, look up, why don't we get you one of these?" And he was standing in the adult pleasure section, I guess is the best way to put it, like the adult health section, where there's condoms and vibrators. And he just casually to his daughter says, "Hey, look at this vibrator," is essentially what happened. And I like at first, because like I didn't fully see them, I was like, oh, it must be a boyfriend just like joking. But then like I looked up again and like took stock of like who was saying that to who, and I'm like, that is a father talking to his daughter. Oh my gosh. So yeah, that's my anime story for today of It's Wild Anime Life. Yeah. So anyway, Yumi, that is the first story you get to hear in this chat. I am so sorry. That my life's an anime. It's just what it is. It's wild. Anyway, rules. The rules aren't that strict. Like, really, the core of the rules is be respectful, be kind, don't role play, don't advertise. Like, it's just really those four rules. I just have to make them super strict because the past like 50 new viewers, I would say, that don't say Hoya, which by the way, you're like one of 5 people who have ever said Hoya in the past like month or so. The past like 50 people though who just completely ignore it just come in, and I have been advertised. I've had my PNG tuber shit like shat on before, Both are very soft-spoken and calming. Well, thank you. But yeah, no, I've had people come in, completely shit on the PNG tuber, and then offer to create it themselves and do like VTubing stuff and like offer their services, completely ignoring the rules. So I've just had to keep rewriting them to be more and more strict on, yo, I already have artists I work with. Stop doing this. And it's always been like the same, like there's a reason why one of my rules is no 20 questions. You're more than welcome to ask questions. That's fine. It's okay. It's just when your first thing is, oh, what games do you play? Where are you from? How long have you been streaming? Where'd you get your like when you start asking those questions without even saying hi or like watching the stream or anything, you kind of just get really annoyed. At least I do. And then the drop happens of, because then I'll immediately be like, okay, you're on 5 out of 20 questions. Are you just about to advertise art? And he's like, well, I am an artist, and I think I can make your PNG tuber better than whoever made it previously, because I don't think it's that good. Like, it looks good, but I could do it better. And it's like, okay, bye, band. Like, please, like, no. We did have a weird one during my last Spokopia stream where a person comes in, once again, completely ignores the rules, starts doing 20 questions, and I immediately shut it down, right? I was a bit nervous. No, you're good. You're fine. It's once again, it's not those strict rules. It's just to people who are trying to advertise services. That's all. That's all. If you say Hoya, you're immediately on the nice list, okay? If you say Hoya, you're on the nice list. You're fine. But no, we had somebody during Procopia who like did the same sort of song and dance. They asked the 20 questions. They were shit talking a whole bunch of stuff. And I'm like, okay, let's just cut to the chase. Are you an artist? Like, or is this going to be another band in the way? Like, what are we doing? And they're like, oh no, I'm a web designer. I'm like, okay. Now here's the funny thing, because even though I have no artist experience, like there's not much I can really say in that aspect. But I used to be a web developer, a web designer, and I actually used a few platforms and made websites long in the past before the company completely got taken up by India and didn't go too well. I did work that job. So I asked basic questions. What up, Verby? Hope you're doing well. I asked basic questions like, do you use WordPress, Wix? Do you use like Squarespace? Do you custom code? Do you use HTML? Like, what do you use? And also, what hosting sites do you use? Do you use your own? Do you like GoDaddy? Like, what do you use? Why are you saying, No, I can make you one. I can code it. Hey, what kind of code do you use to make your website? Like, okay, so you don't know anything that you're talking about. Weird that you're offering to make me a website and also saying that it's going to improve views and make the streams better by making a website of all things. But also you're talking to the one person who has made websites before. And you can't even tell me what you use to make your websites? What? So, yeah, that was such a weird interaction. Like, there's no choice. If it's good, why would you get more work done on it? Exactly. I mean, I am getting the PNG tuber changed slightly due to me having issues with the Fiverr artist who didn't make it. But that's already commissioned. That's already being worked on. We don't need to worry about that. But no, the amount of times, and like I said, please, for anyone who's new here, do not feel worried about getting banned in chat or be like worried about what you can say, what you can't say. I mean, I just talked about the fact of like a story of a dad trying to tell his daughter about a vibrator. Like, we're not PG-13 here. We're 18 plus for the most part. BRB, no worries. But also, like, I play Nikkei. We talk about boobs and butts. We talk about fan service. I'm degenerate. Like, I get it. So, you know, we're fine talking about most things. But if you decide to shit on the art that's on this in the stream, I'm going to respond incredibly negatively. And if you like decide to just cause problems, that's it. Once again, the rules are strictly for the people who are trying to advertise services that are unwanted. That's all. I gotta make that clear. So please don't feel stressed or worried about like having to choose particular words or anything. I only have it there just to combat those who are just don't care about the streams at all and just want to advertise services and also want to shit on work that I have paid for. So, just wanted to get that out of the way. Excuse me. Man, this has been like a kind of a whole roller coaster of a conversation, hasn't it? Times and I were talking about my life to now talking about stuff that happened at work to now rules in my stream. So I like to think I have a chill atmosphere for the most part. I like to think that like I'm not too strict. Like, I really don't think I've banned anybody who has I don't think I really have banned anybody for causing problems in chat in like such a long time. Like the bans usually only happen for people who are like, once again, just causing problems or just trying to advertise like unwanted services. Like that's really it. As long as you're chill, you're fine. Is that what I'm looking for? Is okay, cool. But yeah, for overall, like I like to think that this place is super chill. I do know who the last person that's been banned that like has caused problems is, and trust me when I say this, none of y'all will come even close, and I mean even close to anything that's happened here. There's the last person banned, and I do remember this for a fact, was a group of people who their entire gist is just to cause problems, and for some reason they're a bunch of kids, and even though it's been like years since I've like had to deal with them, they have consistently tried to come back to cause more problems. For a second I thought I heard something. It's kind of hard to hear with all this, but that's fine. No, they're just a bunch of kids who like, they tried to get me to join their group when I first moved to Twitch, and I told them no. And then for some reason, they decided to try to cause as many problems during the streams for like my first few months on Twitch as possible. And I really mean as many problems. Like, words that you should never say were being thrown around in the chat because they wanted to try to get me banned. I handled them well. I took care of it. And then, like, I think a year and a half ago, maybe to 2 years, they tried to come back and do it again. And their quote-unquote leader of the group tried to be like, oh, we're going to be friendly, I swear. I don't have any control over them. To which I'm like, fucking grow a pair. And, like, if you're the leader of the so-called group, like, grow a pair and tell them, hey, I don't want to associate with you. I can't leave them. Okay, so you're just a coward. Like, I don't know what you want me to do about that. Like, you are the quote-unquote leader of this group that decided to harass people for no reason. And then they threatened to dox, I think, at one point, to which that was when I was living with Doge, and Doge and I literally just like, I was like, Doge, come here. It's worse here if somebody tries to do that, but they were like trying to threaten to do that, and then Doge was like, how many guns are in the house? And he's just like, he says the number, which I'm not gonna say because it's Doge's house, not mine right now. This house has more, but he said a number, and immediately they were like, well, we're not gonna do anything. It's like, well, you also have our other friends who are coders, and we know at least two people who know how to reverse hack. So if you try to do something and try to get the information, you're going to be met with a lot of resistance. And we just essentially scared them. Like, they were trying to threaten, to which Doge and I immediately like bit back and said, okay, you're about to make a really bad mistake. And they stopped immediately. So I banned all of them after that point. Like, I mean, I kept banning because I kept changing their accounts and everything like that. So like, it wasn't just a one and done sort of thing. But after Doge and I immediately said exactly what we would do to like combat them, immediately they stopped. Like, those were the last bans and the last time we've ever heard from them. It's true what could have been done. Yeah. If you're gonna play with fire, you do expect to get burned. So, like, if you're gonna come into this stream and decide that you are gonna be trying to set your own territory and like be the big dog on campus, you better shit up. And if you're like a high schooler who thinks that they can run the world and say whatever they can on stream, I'll have you know, you're not. You're not. Like, that's just not gonna happen. Also, Turnips, you said you mentioned doing art. I should have read rules. You don't need to apologize. Turnips, I knew you before you knew about me streaming, so like, you're fine. Once again, that rule is specifically in place for, they're really mostly fake accounts. I'm pretty sure. At least I'm going to keep telling myself that they're fake accounts, because I'd be really depressed to find out that artists are deciding to just jump to other people's streams just to advertise services and shit on other people's art. Like, that just feels really shitty. So I'm going to hope that that's not the case. But like, Turnips, I knew you beforehand, so like, you're fine. Don't worry about it. And develop frontal lobe energy. True. I mean, heck, we had a kid join in. God, it was Nubby's Number Factory. I was streaming Nubby's Number Factory. He comes in, or they come in, excuse me. I default to he in this case because I like to think that guys are just generally stupid. And I'm a guy, and I can attest that we're stupid. This kid comes in, and he's like, oh my gosh, I love Nubby. I'm like, cool. You didn't say oh yeah, so I don't think you read the rules. Please let me know that I don't like backseat gaming. So please just like, don't need to tell me anything. We'll figure this out on our own. And he's just like, well, I'm above the rules, so like, I can do whatever I want. So like, I'm going to tell you the best cases, and like, these are going to be the worst. And like, mid as he's like typing sentences, I just ban him. Or no, I timed him out first. The ban didn't come until they joined a stream later and said, I have learned today that I'm not above the rules. That being said, and then I just banned him. So I was like, no, if you're about to go, but you haven't learned anything, so deuces. But like, what, like, huge props and huge gonads for the person for being like, I'm above the rules. Never was gonna work, but like, valid attempt. Like, once again, and I'd like to think that that was like not even a real person. Like, I refuse to believe somebody is that dumb. And like I said, it's hard to get banned on the streams unless you just decide that you're going to be just an asshole for no reason. Like, just don't be an asshole. We'll get along well. Just trust me on this. Like, I once again want to reiterate, please do not be afraid to type in chat, to talk. It's perfectly fine. I'm not ban crazy. Just, if you're gonna act like an idiot, my immediate response is goodbye. And it's very, very, like, you have to really be trying. You really have to be trying. So. I get some strange, like... I really feel like I should put it, like, I should make it a thing where if you type Hoya, since you've read the rules, like, you're just blessed with, like, the best of luck. Like, you're fine, you're chilling, you don't have to worry about anything. We're fine. Like, you cared enough to come into the stream, first off, appreciate that. Secondly, you said Hoya, which means that you cared enough to read the rules and want to listen to them. So, like, Yumi, I appreciate you for that. I'm being killed by a bunch of herbals, but I still appreciate that you said Hoya. That makes my day. It means somebody paid attention to the rules and read them, and that's sick. So thank you. Man, I go on long tangents. Automatic honorary VIP for Hoya. I won't go that far. There's a reason why I'm very selective with VIP. That's a very old story from the past. But in spirit, yes, we could say in spirit. No, you're good. If you're in on a raid, like, I would assume that if you came in from a raid, you're probably a decent, like, so I talk about a lot on my streams, streamer etiquette, streamer and viewer etiquette. I talk about it a lot on my streams. And the reason I do is because I think it's important for people to know how they need to present themselves as, like, a viewer if they want to be a part of a community. Not just mine, not just mine or the main person that you watch, but other people as well. If you want to make a good impact and a good part on a community, it's important to know the viewer etiquette of what is essentially expected from you as a viewer to not get you in trouble. Okay? So I talk about it a lot, about it on stream. And then the streamer etiquette is essentially, you have to be, there's a bit of streamer etiquette too, but there's a big one that gets glossed over a lot where you have to remember, and this is something that, like, a lot of people don't do, and I get it because it's not something that you would think of as a streamer, especially as a newer streamer. And I know Bun's like a newer streamer as well, right? Your community is a reflection of you. So how you want your community, how your community acts, how they are talking in chat, how they are presenting themselves, that is a direct reflection on that streamer. Okay? So when Bun raids me, right? I'm pretty sure Bun's like a newer streamer, has a community that's being grown slowly but surely. Even though Bun might not fully realize it, Bun's community is a reflection of them. If Bun comes in and is extremely nice and extremely pleasant and very considerate, I'm going to expect that their community is the same way. Okay? So, like, Ruby, with you coming in on Bun's raid, Bun already showed off that they're, like, kind and considerate, so I'm expecting, you know, you to be considerate as well because you're a reflection of Bun's community. Does that make sense? So, like, in that case, I don't really mind if a raid doesn't say Hoya or anything like that, because if, you know, they start talking a little bit and, like, start chatting and then, like, the streamer then starts chatting after the fact, I'm going to be focusing a little bit more on the streamer to get an idea of what kind of person I'm dealing with, because I'm expecting their community to be very similar to them. So I don't need to worry about that Hoya role, right? Now, if a streamer comes in and just starts dropping the N-word constantly, then I'm not going to really be super kind to their community because, like, what the fuck, right? But if you come in and be like, oh man, I'm just a huge fan of Palworld and I really like playing this game. It's a fun time and, like, I was just playing it with my community. Oh, awesome. Like, that's cool. And then the rest of your community, like, comes in and they're like, oh, you're really kind and considerate and we're just chatting the day away. Awesome. Appreciate that. Let's have this conversation. Let's keep moving. I've talked about this with like Flora and Echo's communities too. With like, if Flora were to ever raid me, right? I know for without a shadow of a doubt, every single person that's in that raid is kind and considerate to the fucking T, because Flora has really the like nicest and the most like protective community I've ever seen on the platform for a small streamer. It's hilarious and like crazy to me. But like I know that if like Flora were to ever raid me, then like every single person who joins in on that raid is kind of considerate throughout the through. If I happen to say one thing bad about Flora accidentally, I know I'm going to get crucified and I'm going to get dismembered right here on stream. Like I know that ahead of time, right? Neko's community, uh, you get 50% being wary of me because me and Neko, and the other 50% being another part. But like I know I can trust them, right? It's why, and I think you might have noticed this for Ruby when Bun first raided me, because I think you were there during the first raid where like I have to like quietly take in the raid when it happens. One, because I don't get raided too often. I'm not exactly everybody's prime candidate for raiding, and that's fine. But two, I am just waiting for the streamer themselves, if it's somebody new, to show up, so that way I can gauge that interaction, because the first impression does matter. A lot of people would say that it doesn't matter, or like we should not be like focusing on first impressions because you can't judge a book by its cover. But if you have nothing to base it on, especially in the online space, you have to wager like what that first interaction is to get a sense on, am I about to ban everybody because everyone's just acting like idiots and like treating this place as their own personal playground, or am I about to have like a conversation with really cool and chill people? And amazingly enough, I say amazingly because not all small streamers get this, there have been a lot of like pretty much all of the raids except for one. All the raids I've gotten recently, mostly through Procopia, but a little bit through Dead by Daylight, have been positive interaction with the streamer. I don't know why I pressed M. A positive interaction with the streamer, and as such, I know that their community is really chill, and we go from there. There's only been one person where they joined, I think they were just streaming by themselves, but they immediately just started being a jerk for no reason. And like they left shortly thereafter, so I didn't really need to do anything. I was like, dude, you just raided me. Like, I don't know why we've decided that violence is the answer, but hop off, chief. Like, Red even right at that point. And there's a lot of once again, there's a more of a science to it too, because there are some people who raid specifically to get to know other people. That would be why I would raid, but I'm, as discussed earlier this stream, I'm very much a close-off person. Based on my previous experiences, like trying to befriend other streamers, it doesn't really go well, so I close myself off a lot of the time. But like when people raid me, there's a few reasons, right? One is just, hey, I think this person's chill, let's raid them because that way we can keep the chill vibes going. I think I handle those ones pretty well, but you know, to each their own. Some people raid specifically to get attention from a bigger streamer to try to leech views off of them to grow themselves. Because if they make a positive impression, they're hoping that the viewers will then leave that streamer and check them out and maybe get a new viewer. It's not... It's... I wouldn't say it is... What are you doing? Back in. Okay. It doesn't, you would think it doesn't happen too often, but you'd be surprised with how some streamers are, where they decide that that's their course of action that they need to do. Is they need to, for whatever reason, try to get those viewers to come to them. I don't know why, but that's another way. There's another one where it's just to another people, and in this case is the person being an asshole. If somebody joined like randomly raids and then they decide to be an asshole to cause a scene, it gets talked about, their name is getting thrown out there more, because a lot of small streamers don't know what to do with that. A lot of them are not prone to banning or timing out or anything like that, so they just let the person do whatever they want. They don't know how to handle it. That person's name is getting out, and then if there is a conversation that keeps lasting as time goes on, that hey, there was this weird person who just caused a scene in this streamer's chat for no reason and just like popped off, there might be some people who decide, you know what, maybe we should try to like target them back, and we're gonna try to like be a jerk back to them. Let's see how they like it. Now you've just inflated their views, and if enough people decide to go check them out because they made that scene and people want to be an asshole back to them, now the algorithm's like, oh, this person's got a lot of views for some reason. Maybe we should keep them at the top of whatever they're streaming right now. And you might think that doesn't happen. Unfortunately, it is something that does happen from time to time. Luckily, I haven't seen it recently, but like I know about 2 to 3 years ago, definitely was something that I did see quite a bit. Yeah, it's why a lot of people, if you watch bigger streamers, I'm by no means a bigger streamer, right? But if you watch like somebody with like 10,000 plus like followers, you will notice that there are, excuse me, they will watch the stream first before rating, if they're rating somebody new, because they want to see how the vibes are and how the streamer is handling themselves to determine if they need to be rated or not. They won't show them on stream a lot of the time because they don't want to give that person attention if they find out that that person's a horrible streamer for whatever reason. But you know, that's why a lot of the bigger streamers will like review it before doing anything. Do that, but I stuck ass in multitasking. Yeah, I'm really good with multitasking. Why did Cusco's poison? You didn't need to beat that celery to death. That was rude. Whatever. So that just goes sometimes when I don't know Twitch etiquette. Well, it's good to know the unspoken rules. I've been streaming for like 7 years, but I've been making content for like 8 years. So I've like to think I have a good handle on how things are. I just never really decided to like try to go full time and like make a community till like this year. Mostly because like it very much has shown that this is one of the only things I'm really good at is completing games. But also like my commentary and how I present myself on stream. It's apparently good enough that I've been doing it strong for 8 years, so like why not? So the tidal wave of syndicate numbers. And you'll find that a lot of the time on stream, I don't really talk about the game too much unless like I really like if I really need to talk about the game, I'll talk about the game. But most of the time I'm talking about life, I'm talking about myself, I'm talking about cool things that have happened, you know, what have you. Like I'm down to talk about like whatever topic is at hand. I'm down to talk about Palworld if needed. Is there really anything to talk about? Not really. I'm just kind of going from point A to point B, just doing my own thing. So like, there's not really too much I need to talk about in that aspect. So, also rating friends is definitely like the way to go. But if you do want to grow as a streamer, you can't just like keep yourself to that bubble. And like I say this as somebody who keeps to my bubble, considering all of the, let's just say, trauma that has happened to me in the past, right? But like if you want to network, you have to network if you want to grow to a sufficient status, right? You know, you can completely rely on luck. You can stream your heart away and just hope that the algorithm just hits you that one precise day. You get 500 viewers and you grow to just a crazy amount. Absolutely. That can definitely happen. You're relying on the luck aspect of it, but that is something that you can definitely do. Perfectly fine. But a lot of what people do, and this is why people are very wary of each other a lot in the streamer space, is networking is a very big key if you want to grow. It doesn't even have to be with big content creators. You don't have to be somebody with 100 followers having to raid somebody with 100,000 followers. You can be 100 followers and raid somebody with 1,000. 1,000 raising somebody with 2,000. 2,000 raiding somebody with like 2,500. If it's a new community that might not be watching your streams, if you end up raiding them, that has a potential, that always has a potential, intentionally or unintentionally, notwithstanding, it will always have the potential that new viewers will watch you. But in my personal opinion, keep in mind, this is my personal opinion now, not so much like kind of the whole factors aspect. If you're raiding a new person, it should not be to take their viewers or try to like get them to watch you or anything like that. It's because you want to make a connection with somebody that you actively like and want to interact with. That's what I believe you should be raiding into somebody who new for the first time that you've never seen. You not only need to like their vibes, sure, but also you need to like, in my opinion, right? This is the key. This is just purely my opinion. You definitely should just raid somebody that you vibe with, that you would want to make that connection with, you know? And like, let's use Bun for an example. For an example, Little Witch Bun, new streamer. I think by the time they rated me, they had like 10 followers or something on Twitch. I think now they're at 20, so they've doubled. Which fantastic, absolutely fantastic. But Bun took the risk to, you know, raid me. You know, maybe Bun doesn't deal well with mature jokes. Maybe Bun doesn't deal with the fact that Kit's a degenerate who, you know, you make an anime character who has giant tits, you get a 10 out of 10 from the Kit rulebook. Like, you know, there's so many like what ifs that you don't know if you're gonna like from this person or not. So Bun took that risk. Hope it panned out well for them. I hope they do like me, because in return, I think that they're a really chill person. They're incredibly knowledgeable about Pocopia and have helped me numerous times with things that I just didn't understand about the game. In terms of building, because I suck at building in Pocopia, if we're being completely honest here. But like unintentionally, because it might have been an intentional part of Bun's aspect, it could be unintentional, who knows, but a connection was made between streamer to streamer, and it could be a friendship, it could be an open access to maybe collab in the future, it could be just, you know, chilling playing games off stream. You never really know. I could just be somebody that like Bun's like, I don't really interact with this person, this Kit guy, but like I'll just raid whenever, because at least I know like my viewers are going to be in a safe spot raiding him. I'm not going to talk to him ever out of stream, but like, you know, at least I know my viewers are in a good spot. And hey, if that's all Bud wants, that's perfectly fine. But there always, whenever you raid somebody new, there always is that aspect of, are you raiding somebody that you might want to make a friendship with? Are you trying to network? And once again, there are people who raid specifically for network. They don't care anything about who the person is or anything, but damn, they have more followers than me, so I need to raid them in order to grow my own stuff, right? I will assure every single one of you that I am not like that at all. I would like to grow on my own merits rather than the merits of using others. So that's a Kit assurance from you. You got the Kit seal of approval on my own message. So I don't know how much that means, but like, just take my word for it. But like I said, I very rarely raid people. Like, the only people I really raid are just people that I am friends with because of, like I said, the trauma of previous instances of meeting other people. So there's that. Also, I think my gift of being able to talk to myself is because having very few to no friends early on in a lot of my life really had left me to talking to myself in a mirror and writing in a diary. So I think that kind of helped. So sometimes trauma helps, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, that's probably the reason why I'm pretty good at talking. Maybe. I don't know. It's funny because I've never really enjoyed like standing out in a crowd, even though I know I definitely could if I really wanted to. And I say that as I own the jacket that I literally, my PNG tuber is wearing. Like I own the physical version of this jacket. So that's just funny. Yeah, I think out of the people though that I do, like I would consider rating Neko, obviously, great friend of mine. Flora, I'm always like nervous when I rate Flora because like, once again, trauma and fear. Put up Manic, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Depressos. Then there's also rating, like I raid Bun. I think I've rated Bun once before for Bacopia stuff. And then on the YouTube side of things, I think I haven't rated anybody YouTube side of things in a while. Also because I think YouTube rating is still like fundamentally broken. I don't know who I would rate on YouTube anymore. I don't have any like connections on YouTube anymore. I still wish YouTube gaming returned. Like that would be such a good freaking change if they did that. They're never going to, but like that would be cool. For those who don't know, way back when YouTube gaming was like an actual what is it called? It was like an actual like separate site from YouTube that you can go to see like who was streaming and like their cool stuff. And then they got rid of that, so now you have to like actually search for streams. First time or just a quick run? Is there such thing as a quick run in Palworld? Were you just upside down for a moment? Okay, weird. I don't know about the quick run. It's not my first time playing, considering the fact that I am level 74. This is just my super chill 100% playthrough stream, I guess. You're beating the game in 5 hours. I mean, to each their own. That doesn't sound even remotely enjoyable in my instance. I'm just trying to catch every single lucky pal and also like an alpha variant. That's all. So, all the towers. Cool. I'm just gonna be real. Like that doesn't sound even remotely fun to me or like interesting. Like I just my goal is just getting all the lucky pals, and as you can see, lucky, 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 and lucky. So I'm just, you know, going through this slowly and surely. I could, you know, progress the story and do all the other towers, but I really just don't care. So, yeah, that's all. So I guess the answer to your question is neither. I'm just chilling. My joints hurt, so need to be horizontal. Be back soon. No worries. No worries. Wandering merchant. What do you have, actually? Nah. There are multiple different ways to play this game. I know you could do like a randomizer in this game. Please don't do that. So, you know, everyone's got their own way of playing it. So, yeah. I'm also using the interactive map just to find, like, everything. Just to chill, just to relax and do my own thing. Have we found any lucky pals today? Yes, we found a... No. Yes? No. I can't remember. Yes? No. I should not have gone here. I should have gone back to my base so I could drop off the Palladium. That's fine. Yeah. I really was considering, so for those who are newer to the community, why do I keep pressing M? I don't understand why I do that while I'm in this, but whatever. For those who are newer to the community, I have a few games that I play that I'm doing like an all items sort of challenge with. So like Stardew Valley all items, Pacopia all items. There's like a few of those that I've been doing. I was considering doing that for Palworld, but I just didn't really want to. Like, I felt like it would just be pointless to do that for Palworld, but especially when there's like not an actual list. Also, hi Mina, how are you? Turnips just went to go lay down, but I hope you're doing well. It's funny that Turnips was saying, oh, I need to do some stretches here. Ooh. This chair that I'm in is like breaking apart at the seams. I'll fix that in some time. You know, it has been 2 hours. Maybe I should just start trying to hunt some lucky pals that I still need to get. Or I could do the kit method of getting the ones that I don't not needed. You installed a game you haven't played in ages? What game would that be? I have so many games I really want to stream. Having so much fun. I really want to, Disney Speedstorm? Nice. I really want, and this is just gonna sound bizarre to some people, I guess, but I really, really want to play Catherine again and like completely restart. I don't know if I have Catherine on PC. Really want to play Catherine. Such a good game. The problem is like I would want to play it with somebody else so they get to experience the craziness that is that game. But I don't know. You can still hear stream just down, so it's hard to type stuff. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, for those who don't know what Catherine is, Catherine is made by Atlas and is a puzzle game where you have to climb a tower with blocks that can only connect at the edges. That's the gameplay for like most of the game. However, it is also a visual novel ish, kind of. There's a big story game. And the context of Catherine is probably not something most people should play. Maybe, I don't know. Is the most PS3 game ever? It very much is. But it's so good. Like, I think I talked about it like after I first finished the game. Where I was like, oh yeah, I want to play Catherine with like somebody. And then somebody's like, oh, you should play with the significant other. And I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe that's a good idea. And then you think about it for a little bit. And it's like, oh, wait a second. I probably don't want to play that with a significant other, considering that the entire context of the game is to cheat or not to cheat. What was it called? Catherine with the C. I can explain it. So the story of the game in essence is you're you're playing as Vincent Brooks, a guy who really hasn't had the best luck in life, but he's dating a hot girl named Catherine with a K. And then he has a one night stand with another girl whose name is also Catherine, but this time with a C. So you have to decide whether to stick with Catherine with a K or cheat on Catherine with a K with Catherine with a C. Or in full body, you can then date a third girl named with pink hair that Vincent happens to save from something, if I recall correctly. And her name is also Catherine, but with a Q. So you have to choose either Catherine with a K, cheat using Catherine with a Q, or also cheat again with Catherine with a Q. Catherine with a C. There's 2 ways to cheat and 1 not to. You also can get asked a question where it talks to you about the fact that the female praying mantis devours the male after intercourse, and you have to answer how you feel about that. That also determines what happens in the game. It really sounds very complicated. It's not. It's not. It sounds like a wild game. It's a lot simpler to play than to explain. But yeah, the entire concept is, do you cheat? It's very simplistic. Yeah, kind of. The entire premise is just, do you cheat? Do you not cheat? What do you do? Look at the same game. If the cover art, if there's a bunch of sheep, no, it is single player. It is single player. The game is single player. Yeah. If you find a game with a bunch of sheep and some guy wearing heart boxers, you have found the correct game. And if there's a blonde lady with a very revealing dress, you have found the correct game. The guy is sheep horns? Yep, that's Vincent. Yeah, that's where the block puzzles come into play. Yep. So the half of the game is deciding whether or not to cheat on your significant other. But the majority of the game is actually a block puzzle where you have to climb a tower while looking like a sheep, hence the sheep horns. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. So it's kind of like the game peak. I mean, in the very loose sense that you're climbing a mountain or a tower, yeah. But you have to adhere to the game's physics. But the game's physics is blocks only connect at the edge. So like, hold on. You know it's going to be a good stream when Kit brings out this. All right. So you got, let's make the size bigger. So you got like a bunch of boxes in line, right? Okay. So you got like these boxes in line, and it's all 3D. It's from Sega. Yeah, it's Sega and Atlas. So the boxes you can climb, so you can't lift them up. You can only grab them from their sides. So if a box is right here and you need to get to a box that's just like over here, like in no man's land, just imagine, you can push the block, but you're like, oh, there's a gap right here. So if there's a gap right here, what do you do about that? Well, don't worry, because the block just hangs there. It just hangs there. There doesn't need to be anything underneath it. As long as something is attached to its edge, it will stay there forevermore. Which leads to really interesting things like the Montezuma, where you can essentially climb by dragging a block from over here, pushing it to the side, and then making a 3. And it's kind of like just building a tower because it's all 3D space too. Girl is probably less complicated. Once again, the story of the game is the non-complicated part. Having to wrap your head around having to wrap your head around how do you climb a mountain or how do you climb a tower when blocks only connect at the edges, that's when things get difficult. Because that goes against everything that you know about like physics. Like you have to even the main character Vincent, when he's told that blocks only can connect, like can still work by connecting at the edges, even he like out loud is like, how does that make any sense? And the game's like, it just does. So I might check it out. It's a good game. Just once again, just keep in mind that it's a game entirely about cheating on your significant other. So like, just be forewarned. Also, if you love cheating, ba-dum, dum, 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 dum. Listen, I meant like, I get, yeah, no, it's not the type of cheating that we're referring to is hacking and shit. No, no, this is cheating on your spouse, cheating, like, just, I'm just warning you. Yeah, the game does not pull punches on that. For those who played Catherine, isn't there's something oh my gosh. I mean, listen, there was a game, I'll get to that in a bit. Ruby, have you played Catherine? Based on the fact that you said P3, PS3, I'm gonna assume you have, right?
Yep.
A bit of the original. From what I recall, and I could be completely wrong. Some of the twists in the game, I think, aren't received well. Like, I know the full body. I do remember when I played through full body, the reaction to Catherine with a Q was extremely negative based on the twist on that. But I think Ronald McDonald, and that makes more sense if you've played the game. I don't mean the actual clown Ronald McDonald, but if you played the game, you know who I'm talking about. I think that character is hated based on how their whole shtick gets portrayed. Well, I guess not the character is hated, but like the rest of the cast gets hated due to that, right?
Yep.
I haven't actually played Full Body yet. I mean, I think Full Body is great, and Catherine with the Q's ending was the first one I went to. There's 9 different endings in the game, so actually, so Full Body I think adds more. But like some of the endings can be condensed because there's true chaotic, mostly chaotic, somewhat chaotic, and then true neutral. I don't remember all of them. It's been so long. How did they come up with the name Catherine with C different letters? Well, the original was just 2. You had Catherine with a C and Catherine with a K. And like that made a lot of sense. Catherine with a Q. Listen, none of us were expecting Catherine with a Q, if we're being completely honest. You don't expect Catherine with a Q. No one does. I really want to replay it. I do expect Chip and Dale. Fair. It's weird how important Catherine, though, as a game is to my channel. Like, if for those who are following on the Twitch channel, I think there's a few, like, if you are a member on YouTube, it's the same sort of gist, but if you're watching on Twitch and you're a follower, you might notice that a lot of my motifs are sheep related. That comes from Catherine. So I got the collector's edition of Catherine full body, so it came with a little sheeple plush, and that, when I did face cam, that sheeple plush was everyone's like favorite, like, which is odd considering the fact that I have a tattoo of a wolf on my forearm, but my motif is sheep and wolves. Okay. And then it became, they're not at the stream right now, but I still like this story because it's one of my favorites, to show how important my community is to me. And I know they're going to get embarrassed by this because I always bring it up, but I don't care. If you've been in the stream for any amount of time, and you've been in a few streams, rather, you might have seen Not Cassie, or somebody who I call Castles. I give some people some nicknames. Cassie's been with the streams since the Splatoon days. They're one of the people who still stuck with me through everything. And I've tutored them and I've helped them out with life stuff. But the big thing was Cassie, when I was streaming Catherine, was going through a very, very difficult time. I don't remember the specifics, but it almost ended in the loss of life for Cassie. To which, out of left field, because I pay attention to Discord statuses, and I pay attention to the signs, I immediately, with no hesitation, sent a picture of the sheeple plush and says, "This is yours, keep it safe." No context, just sent the sheeple plush over to them, just a picture of that, saying, "This is going to help you through the tough times." And happily enough, it worked. Somehow, I guess it worked. And Cassie is still here to this day. They are living their life. They're doing fantastic. And the fact that Sheeple legitimately saved a life, I am completely on board with Sheeple being my mascot. We got Sheeple and Woofle, according to Ray. So, yeah, that sheep saved Cassie's life. And from that point on, Sheeple's been the mascot. It got to the point once Cassie was old enough to save some money and buy stuff on their own. I got a picture, I think it was 2 years ago, that they spent probably more money than they should have, but this just goes to show how important Sheeple is to them, to get the same Sheeple from the full body collection themselves. They purchased it. They have the same sheeple. They didn't get the full collector's edition or anything. They just bought the sheep. And it's crazy to me, because at the time, once again, I was an extremely small streamer, less than 1,000. Less than 1,000 subs on YouTube, because I only streamed on YouTube at that point. I wasn't streaming on Twitch. And I didn't think, I was always told that I was never going to be a role model for people, and that my channel was gonna fail. My parents like just completely told me that just nothing I was gonna do was gonna work. They just completely
Yep.
just lambasted me for everything. And the fact that I somehow, some way, not only did like I also like tutor some of my community back then, and then as they grew up, you know, I've helped them get into colleges. I've helped them do some job applications. I've checked resumes, stuff that's had like details like blurred, because obviously I don't want to know anything personal, but like I wanted to help them out and such. I've helped people with homework. The fact that I've made a huge impact on just so many people's lives is crazy. But the fact that me streaming, if I didn't stream and I didn't send that picture of a sheeple to Cassie, Cassie would not be here right now. 100% Cassie would not be here right now. And it's crazy to consider that one small act of kindness just changed somebody's entire life. It's why, once again, to this day, I still stream, and like it just goes to show that like it never should give up on streaming. Never give up on something that's your hobby. Absolutely. But if you're like streaming, even if you're a small streamer, and you're passionate about it and you really enjoy it, and Kit forgot to go back to his base yet again, you could definitely make an impact. And you're never going to know if you just give up on it. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, once again, to me, like, it was... Like, to me, when it happened, I did not think in a second that it was going to work. I'm going to be completely honest. I was like, I'm going to send this. This is just going to, like, it's not going to have, like, not going to work, but, like, it's all I got. Because, like, I'm really bad at this sort of thing. Like, I got to try something, like, sheeple, go. But it made enough of an impact that they made so many friends within my community. They're still a major part of the community to this day. Heck, some people actually from Flora's community would know Cassie, because Cassie and I were the ones who devised the Dwight versus I don't remember who we were. it was the Dwight squad versus my community, and it was essentially Cassie and I versus Laura's community in 2v8. I think Turnips actually was there. I think Turnips actually joined mine and Cassie's team. Like, Cassie wouldn't have done that, or wouldn't have been there had I not done that. So, yeah, I think, because I think it was me. Oh, you know what? I think Sparks joined. I think it was me, Cassie, and Sparks, and it was just going to be us three. And then I think Turnips, you joined us instead of sticking on Flora's team. It's crazy how things can go. I'm sure coat. Yeah, I've had a lot of ups and downs with streaming. And once again, I've I've said this before and I'll say this again, and I've told some people this before, and unfortunately it led to one person quitting streaming, which they shouldn't have, but that's besides the point. Enjoy streaming for what it is. If you decide that you want to stream, don't stream because you want to do it full time and you want to make the YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and Kick money, because it's just going to depress you. It's just going to hurt you mentally, and it's just going to like drag you down because you're trying to go through a dream that not only heavily relies on luck, but also like requires skills that like you're not going to like develop in a day-to-day sort of situation. You have to learn them on your own. Once again, I've talked about the fact of how I'm a horrible editor, and why video content, like, it's been stalled because I have to wait for other editors, because I can't edit myself. I can write scripts, but it's just a skill that I don't have. But this has always been first and foremost a hobby, and for anybody who streams, this absolutely should always first and foremost be a hobby. Bar none. First and foremost should be a hobby. Enjoy the community that you build. Enjoy the people that you meet. Whether it's, thank you for the 40 bits, the on-screen celebration. I don't know what that does, but cool. Tried editing, it's so hard. I'm just really bad at editing. It's why I should show y'all how crazy this is right now. When TikTok is getting so good, I'll be honest. There. So, just to put it in perspective, this is not trying to be telling Sparks and Derpy to please edit. Like, I know it takes time. Here's one finished script, 25 pages long, completely written. Here's two, 14 pages, completely written out, all properly done. Stardew Valley, 12 pages. It's going to be to 14 because I still have to finish all of this stuff. But that, and then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 other scripts that are being worked on. Technically today was supposed to be me working more on the scripts, but I didn't, because I just did not have a good week this week so far. I can write the scripts, I can come up with the ideas, I can get the footage. I just cannot for the life of me edit. Streaming kind of funny, easy to say it's not work. Yeah. And that's the thing, is like, streaming is fun, and once again, people have to realize that when you're streaming, it is a hobby first and foremost. Have fun with building the community, have fun making the memories, have fun getting the clips and everything, and just reflecting on the previous moments and stuff, right? Like, you don't have to be big, you don't have to, like, super succeed. There's people who, you know, they've streamed way longer than I have and might have like way less followers and stuff. There might be somebody out there, I wouldn't be surprised, who's been streaming for 10 to 15 years and has maybe like 50 followers. Like, they've never gotten off the ground. Not because they're a shitty person or anything like that. It's just because they just, you know, never had that luck hit. Some people never do. But they've been enjoying it ever since that moment, and that should be something that's applauded, right? Absolutely applauded. Some people will come to their chat and say, oh, you're a fucking failure because you've been streaming for 15 years and you only have 50 followers. You're horrible. But if they're running face cam, you're seeing the biggest fucking smile on their face. I guarantee you're seeing the biggest smile on their face because they're just having fun. They're just enjoying the ride, and that works for them. Editing is hard, recording is hard. Recording, it took me a little bit of time to like figure it out, but that's why I have my laptop doing the recording that I do. And hey, even if it's like slightly off kilter, that works for me because then everyone knows that it's my video. Let's say it's not work because it's got to be a hobby first. Okay, that Mina, I have talked about this so many times on stream about speaking. If he calls me first streams, I'm not sure because I don't know what people think of that. So I can talk about that here in a little bit because I'm going to peel back the curtain about an idea that I have that I would be fascinated to know what y'all think. I want it to be very clear that you do not need to speak to be a streamer. Hot fucking take, maybe? You do not need to know how to speak. You don't even need to speak to be a streamer. Straight up, you could... Let me sleep real quick so that way Lunaris can start working on this still. But I need to prove a point real quick. You keep working, Lunaris. I could keep going, but I think y'all get the point. Yeah, you don't need to type. You don't need to talk. You don't need to worry about anything. Heck, you don't even need to like interact with chat if you don't want to. Just enjoy the time. That's all you have to do. That's no gem with streams. My vision with streamers is that you need interaction with your chat. If I play a game, you can't do both. So that's actually a good point. You're playing Disney streams a game you interact with, but don't have to fully focus on, but you can't type and do the game both. You don't have to. Because guess what? You could do a race in Disney Speedstorms, and then after the race is done, type to chat. Talk with them for a little bit. And then go back to racing. And then you have to be aware of the gaps of when you can talk or not. Because if people see that you're playing the game, but you're a mute streamer, then there's already should be the preconceived notion that they have to be patient to wait for you to finish so that way you can talk with them. A longtime viewer of the channel, Neko Riku, different than Neko Andromeda, the person, a good friend of mine, Neko Riku is a mute streamer, and they have played through all of V Rising, and every time they got back to their base is when they responded to chat. They would go maybe like 15-20 minutes like doing like different missions and like raiding different areas, and then they would go back to base and then they would check chat and then like chat for a little bit. And they've done that with like a bunch of other streams too. It's just you have to, the only skill you would need in that point is not even skill for the game, it's just being aware enough on when you need to, when you can talk with chat. That's it. That is it. You just gotta be aware of that. Now, if you're not a fan of like speaking or you want to do voice changer, you definitely can. An idea that I had that I would need a lot more money to do, and I know Spring is in the process of making the VTuber, but there was an idea that was pitched to me that I actually really like, would be, so obviously you have Kit, which is me, the one and only. Like, I exist, and you get the real Kit when you see me, right? But on, obviously I play as a girl a lot of the time, and according to Kit lore, this is Volika, who is essentially a quantum time traveler, who breaks just the boundaries of everything. That is Volika through and through. Volika has existed for Stardew, for Palworld, Copia. You have Gulika. Genshin Impact was the first time Volika actually appeared. Volika is like a mainstay, but there is the headcanon for some that Volika is an even worse degen than I am. Will hit on any girl of age and sweet talk them, and like there's like lore that was being made, and I was pitched an idea of not only to have a VTuber of me, but to also have a channel point reward to switch to Volika and have a voice changer and a different model and a different outfit or something, and just have one point where I could be Kit, and then if somebody spends X amount of channel points or something, or I do a specific type of stream, then you have Volika as the VTuber right then and there. I was going to use like a voice changer and everything. I thought that was a sick idea. Yeah. And then that I feel like would open up the possibility, because here's the thing, with Kit, aka who you're watching right now, you get the real me. Like, sure, I'm a PNG that's bopping up and down, but I used to do face cam. But like, you could see the real me. I'm talking to you really from the heart. It's like all the experiences and the stories I talk about, that's all me. Like, you're getting the real Kit when you're as Kit. But a lot of people who VTube, I know they play a character, right? They have to play a character in order to draw people in, and like that's their whole debacle, whatever. But I thought it would be fun that if I were to do the whole Volika shtick, then she would be the character that I could play as, that would just be a heightened version of the lore that Volika has in all the games that I've played as her. And I thought that would be hilarious. Because and here's the thing, some people would do the characters for VTubing, right? Because they want to get more views and everything. I just want to do it for the sheer funny aspect of it. Because like, I would never get a chance to do that ever. So getting the chance to just like have a voice mod, act like a girl who is just like, we could be playing a dating sim as Volika, and it's somebody wearing like a revealing dress with just huge knockers, and Volika just going all in on just like non-stop about it. Like, that would just be so funny to me. Or like, you know, playing a farming game that's super calm and casual, and keeping with the lore that Volika, while horribly misnaming all of her animals, adores them and protects them to like the nth degree. Like, I think that'd be cool. And just continually working on the lore of a character that has existed for like 5 years of the streams, right? 5 years? Whenever Genshin came out, I think it's been 5 years. I could be wrong. But like, I think that would be cool. So, obviously I need money to do that, but that is an idea. So. And once again, like, I don't even need to grow like massive or anything when that happens. If I'm like, yes, I would love to like do this full time, make this a career, because it's something I feel like I'm good at. I've talked about that numerous times before. I get that. But like, even if like, let's say I hit like 5,000 followers and we plateau when I'm both Kit and Volika, okay, that's fine. I get to have the fucking laughter of my life of being a character I never thought I would be. Like, I think that would be funny. So, and that's what I think streaming is at the end of the day, is just enjoy yourself. If you, there's people who say like don't invest that much money into streaming or anything because you never know if you're gonna make it big. But what if you just invest it and just have fun with it? Have you ever thought about that? That's why a lot of people play video games. A lot of people play video games just to laugh and have fun with friends or just by themselves. Like that's perfectly fine. Why not if you're streaming? If you know, people criticize somebody putting like thousands of dollars into a stream setup and they only ever get like 200 followers or something, right? Okay, but are they laughing and having the time of their life? They do it for like 5 years and they've only gotten to 250 followers. And at the end, are they going to be like, oh darn, I really failed, fuck my life? Or are they going to be, you know what, this was really fun. I enjoyed these past 5 years. I made a lot of memories with the people that were in my chat. You know, I really like this. I think it would be the latter, personally. Some people would do the former, but I believe majority would do the latter. And that's just my personal take on it. I think people want to be happy rather than being miserable. I was just listening, not reacting. May have been a little awkward. No, it's all good. Once again, I say a lot of things very unhinged, so like, once again, I just completely casually just talked about something that Velica would do. Like, it just didn't miss a beat on it. Didn't even stop to consider what I was about to say. I was like, yep, nope, this is a thing that would happen. Yep, easy, piece of cake. 100% would happen. Any questions? Like, I know what I say. I know what I do. Does the have versus my pro because my boyfriend so doesn't use it anymore? Yeah, then why not? It never hurts to try. If you want to give it a try, I am personally of the really. That's right. We did catch a Rib Bunny Baton. That's a Rib Bunny Baton awakened, which is even more rare. Cool. Where's Rib Bunny and this whole shebang? Okay, after the deer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rib Bunny Baton. The fact that you're awakened is hilarious. Yeah, and yeah, you might as well use it. That is a Fox Sparks Crisp. Where is that? Fox Sparks is right here. Is it right after the Mao Crest? It is. Fox Sparks Crest. That is a alpha. We're gonna have to figure that out in a moment. Oh, you're done? Cool. Lumbering. Addition time. Get your fucking mask back there. Headlights. Side note, I feel like I come up with some great names when I'm playing as, when I'm doing the, when I'm naming pals. I think I'm funny. That's also just me being me. Woolly Pop. We have a Woolly Pop Alpha. Rantress. Okay. So the Kilmari is, yeah, okay, you. I was like, I'm pretty sure the reason why I was catching all these is because I think the lucky one still needed 24 left. Interesting. Doomud. I think I have an alpha Doomud over here, right? Or this one. Nope. You. Socks. Tansy. Is the alpha Tansy okay? No. Like, I'm just kind of going through this. I'm like, let me just merge all of my pals together. Yeah. That just seems like overkill. Like if they really are just what? Like listen, I've had some horrible experiences with other communities, right? I talked about that at the beginning of the stream, where like I've had some like really bad experiences. That just seems like just people being an asshole. I wouldn't take that personally against you, Mina. Like fuck those people and just prove them wrong. That's my take on it. I I am of the mindset. So that's trauma. That's just very clear to me, trauma. And like I said, as somebody who's gone through my fair share of trauma with streaming and everything like that, I get it. But I am going to just put my foot down and say that is such a big outlier of like how people react. That sounds like people being a dick to you just to be like, you know what, who are we going to be a dick to today? Let's roll the dice. Oh, I guess we're being a dick to Mina. Let's get them to talk and then be as big a dick as possible. Like fuck those people. Like if you were to talk in like Flora's community, you're gonna be met with like open arms and love. Like you I would I would implore you personally. My community we don't really talk on VCs and stuff. So I can't say that there. But if you're able to join a call in Flora's community, and I know that they're always in calls, right? I can even like server and stuff. You can it's not even that turnips. Like if you're worried about like the voice mod changing, just talk with your regular voice in a Flora call. Like any single one of like Flora's community, any single call, just chat. You'll be fine. I will assure you of that. And then if you want to go the voice mod path, absolutely. That's your decision. I'm just saying to get over the fear of speaking in your own voice, you could not pick a better community than Flora's to talk to. Like I know you might have your own what is oh my gosh. What is her name? British comedian with it's not cerebral. Is it cerebral palsy? It's Rosie something. Is it Rosie Jones? Is that her name? She was on Taskmaster with was it with the oh my gosh. I don't remember. They're the ones who freaking join calls. Yeah, exactly. Um gosh. I dislike her as a comedian, but as somebody who talks who does like talks about her condition and like what she's gone through, I think she's amazing in that aspect. I just don't like her jokes personally. But she has a condition where like she talks in a very like odd way. I know her first name is Rosie. I think I just don't remember her last name, but she she talks like very elongated, and it's because of like some sort of condition that she has. And I believe she's talked about it before in like a serious way because she used comedy to hide like the bullying she got for how she like walked, how and like how she talked. But she slowly grew to like love the fact of how she talked because it's what made her unique. and no one, she never met somebody who's like talked like her, so she knew she was unique, and then she then developed comedy from that. But she took like what the bullies did, like treating her, and like moved forward with that. I believe that was like, it was an article I think that was like being read at the time, like Taskmaster with her was airing. And then, you know, on national television, she was part of the quiz of the big fat quiz of the year a few times. And then she was on Taskmaster, which is arguably even bigger than that series in the UK. And just was hilarious throughout the entire part of it. And once again, this is somebody who like does not like her comedy like in the slightest. The fact that like I even found her funny during Taskmaster, and like once again, like I I know some people get annoyed with like how she talks and everything because of her like condition, but I never did. And like it definitely is what made her her. And if you're worried about your voice is what makes you you. So you don't have to be worried about it. You're going to be your own worst enemy with criticism. I can assure you of that. Whether it's of your own voice, it's whether whatever you do. And as somebody who has gone through the mental ringer these past 2 days about my own situation and stuff, like I know how that is. Heck, even like I never was really fond of my voice. Like when I first started streaming, it was really hard when I was like when I did edit videos poorly and having to hear my voice back because I'm super anal about freaking audio balancing and stuff, and I'm still bad at it, but I still try my best. And obviously, I have to whisper in this house, otherwise, you know, I don't want to get evicted from my own family. But I've learned to like my voice. It took a few years, sure, but like that's the thing. If my word is anything, it's better late than never to break out of habits, right? I I mean, as Turnips heard at the beginning of my stream today, I have also been put through the ringer. I'm living with a family right now who hates my guts, who treats me like I am the literal devil. Like it is just a life that I live, and I've had the whole ups and downs about streaming. You know, I've had my ups and downs. You have your ups and downs too. I like I said, I know I'm just some random fucker on the internet, but I implore you to give it a shot, especially in a community as loving as Flora's. I think you, I personally, I think it would be a huge weight off your shoulders of talking in a call and being around people who are happy to listen to you. Also, Automod, why are you... Don't worry about Automod. No, you're good with Turnips. It's Automod being Automod. Don't say Ope. I got you. You're good, Turnips. I mean, to be fair, Turnips, for so long I thought you were a girl. I'm gonna be real. Which, it's because, it's obvious because of voice, but I learned very quickly, like, to not immediately jump to that conclusion. I think what happened, Turnips, is I think Gold misgendered you, which then cemented in my brain. I was like, okay, this isn't a cheese situation. Okay, I'm just dumb because I'm pretty sure Turnips is a guy, but maybe I'm dumb. Gold just said, and then I think I jumped on that train, and then you corrected us both, and I was like, oh, I'm an idiot. My bad. It is a cheese situation. Fuck. For those who don't know, Another longtime community member, a mod of the channel, Cheese. I have seen Cheese go from Queen Cheese, their original username, to King Cheese to Cheesus. Like I've seen the full transition for Cheese, and I'm so proud of them. And they get misgendered on my stream quite often because they do have a feminine sounded voice, and we always very respectively like tell everyone, oh, it's fine. Cheese is a guy. Let's move on. I just remember when I first like heard you talk turnips, and I was like, that's a Cheese situation. This is definitely a guy. And then Gold accidentally said she, and I was like, fuck, I'm wrong. And then I found out I was right, and I was like, I felt so bad that day. I was like, I'm so dumb. Oh, Jesus, they're so funny for that. That's also from me, because I give, like I said, I give people I've known for a very long time nicknames, because Cheese was just always going to be King Cheese, and then everyone calls him Cheese. But I call Cheese Cheesus, and Doge, my old roommate, very very good friend, he calls Cheese Milk. So like that's just great. Cassie is Castles. Sparks went from Lil Sparky to Sparky to not Sparks to Aswheel, and then we've decided that your name is not Aswheel. So we were just like, your name is Sparkertons. And everyone adopted the name Sparkertons, and Sparks tried so hard to change their name back to Aswheel and stick with it. And we were like, you're Sparks. You're not escaping Sparks. You're always going to be Sparks. The good old Sparkertons. I'm trying to think, who else do we have? Derpy is Derpletons. Doge is still gonna always be Doge. Neko is Neko. Dami, who is Spring, we go back and forth. I almost use the pager system in my where I work to call Spring over the intercom as Spring and not his name. But he's called me Kit so many times, so it's fine. I just step away a bit to handle the delivery. No, you're good. You're good, Yumi. We're just chilling. We're just chatting. I'm kind of like winding down. It's 3 in the morning right now, but welcome back, and I hope your delivery went well. We're just chatting, chilling. So Mina, let me I'm choosing my words carefully. So let me think real quick. Yeah, turnips beat me to the punch, but like if you want to be multilingual, go for it. Some people, some streamers go back and forth. Like they'll stream mostly in English, or they'll speak mostly in their native language, and then they'll sometimes throw in bits of a different language. It kind of feels like an Easter egg. Like when you hear it, you're like, oh shoot, I understand that. Oh, I get that. Oh, that's awesome. It's more at that point it just depends on like personal preference. But yeah, then you could absolutely advertise that. Keep in mind, like a lot of people say that tags don't matter. If you have a certain way you want to promote your stream, or you want to, if there's a certain way that you want to have your stream, then put it as a tag. Because people, regardless, mobile and desktop or whatever, they're still going to have to see the tag. And if they're about to speak in a different language, and you have a tag that says English only, hey, you've already dotted your I's, crossed your T's. You'll be fine. So, you, once again, you're once again, this is just from what I'm seeing, Mina. You're speaking as if like you owe this to the people watching you, so you have to bend by their whims. If you're streaming, it is all you. You are the ruler of that stream. You are the one who lays down the rules of the land. Once again, we talked with Yumi earlier, who is terrified to talk in chat, and it's like, no, I just do this because we have a bunch of bot artists who try to mess things up, so I have to be super strict there. Like, you're chill, and once again, I say I'm super chill, and this is a nice place to talk and chill. And I have a voice that makes people sleep. So there's that. But like, you are the one who puts down the lay of the land in your stream, so just, if you want to be English speaking only, be English speaking only. And once again, we're not trying to force you to talk or anything like that. I am just saying that I understand the trauma of what you've gone through, because once again, I've gone through a lot of the similar stuff myself. But I would implore you to make that first step. I think I personally truly believe you will feel a huge weight lifted off your shoulders. Like, you're gonna get in a call with like Flora and Turnips and Gold. I can assure you that Turnips is gonna be super happy to hear you talk. Flora is gonna lose her goddamn mind, and Gold is gonna be confused, but also like really supportive. I don't know anybody else anymore. I don't really talk to Flora's community, like I said, that much. So yeah. And to answer your question, Yumi, I have been making content for 8 years, but I've been streaming for 7. I first started off as a Splatoon 2 streamer on YouTube for 3 years, and then I've been streaming on Twitch for 3, and then multi-streaming for the past 2 years. Past year and a half, excuse me. So I guess like 7.5 years. I think we're coming up there. So, scared to start. Yeah. Streaming with friends is always a good time. Just don't make an enemy of everybody by accidentally shitting on an artist. Don't. Learn from my mistakes. Learn from my mistakes. Sorry, I just zoned out. I was like, what am I playing again? I'm playing Palworld. And I just totally zoned out. I'm so sorry. What do I even want to do? You know what? I think I'm gonna go over here. You know what? I think we will end off the stream finding a lucky Fawak Ignis. I will keep going until we find one. There's a regular Fawak Ignises. That is a rampaging blaze howl. I don't think I need to die today. Don't you dare. Let's go try to find some Fawak Ignises. Just ignore the red beam of death. Everything is fine, chat. Everything is just fine. They just ran over some flambels. That's upsetting. I just want to know how far down I need to go. So it's down to like here. So I think I want to go down to like here. And then up. Well, Mina, if you ever, I say the same thing to Turnips, even though I'm still very much a very secluded person. Like, if y'all ever want to play a game together, stream together, what have you, as long as it fits in my good old schedule, I will absolutely. Thank you for the hydrate. I do have water, by the way. And also, like, something else to learn. I don't know what games you play. Stretch 2, thank you for Ruby. Sorry, give me 1 second. I will stretch here in a moment. Take your pick. What game? As I stretch. You got what games we got? See anything? Anything at all? No, there's quite a lot. There's quite a lot. Let's just keep going. Just keep going. Let's just keep going. And we'll just keep going. Such amazing achievement. Thank you, Yumi. Appreciate that. I also got that game for free. Also, Gary's mod. If anyone wants to play TTT, we can have a group together. The game is fire. True. Grand Blue Red Fantasy. Everything's on top of me so much. I'm glad. Like I said, I might be what most people call a small streamer, but I like to think I have a lot more wisdom than a lot of the bigger streamers out there. I just never really decided to try to go for like growing my community or anything until more recently, right? So, by the way, this is still going. We're still going. Ooh, let's see. Oh, look at the Resident Evil games. That's pretty cool. You're talking about Discord community? No, like my actual extreme community. Like I've had a Discord server, but I've never been really like active on it. Then I just kind of came back to it recently. But it's mostly just like I never really built out like my stream community. I've just kind of kept to myself. But more recently, I've now been like trying to come out of my shell and interact with more people and do more cool things on stream. And then I have 2 editors who I need to really convince to please pay them to please help with editing stuff. By the way, we're still going. This is a great game. This is a fantastic game. Sorry, just have to say that. Wait, do I have West of Loathing? Oh, I have West of Waste for Dead. No, that's fine. And oh, that's Yakuza. And then we just go over here and boop. Is there to follow? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. Let me just take a look. Sorry, y'all are asking how many games I have. I own, on PC alone, I own 1,648 games. And for all my console stuff, I think I have an additional 500. So I think I own over like 2,100 games. I'll be honest, I have no clue what I was looking at. That was my entire Steam library. So I have a whole bunch of games. So, do y'all want to know how to get a lot of games for cheap? And they're all like pretty fun. Also blurst. Oh, I'm so glad somebody likes the blurst emote. Good old blurst. Sorry, just side note. Yeah, no, it's Humble Bundle. Yep, you're right, Ruby. It is Humble Bundle. Humble Bundle is the best thing. They have their the next month is coming out and it has Yakuza Infinite Wealth. $15. You get 8 games and one of them is Yakuza Infinite Wealth. Really fucking good game. So like I'm just saying, get it. Also the other packs, you were talking about Lego games. I think they should have probably soon a another Lego pack. And usually it has, wait a second. No, Mina, message me on Steam. Or not on Steam, but on Discord. I got you. Also used to buy every 100. I still buy every single Humble Bundle. I still buy them every to the day. It's because I think a streamer had it. Yeah, no, I got it for free from Humble Bundle. So, Yumi, to explain that emote, so that is, for those who don't know what the blurst emote is, which is easily one of the most cursed emotes ever made. I am a huge fan of the Ratchet and Clank series, and blurst is Ratchet from Ratchet and Clank. If you've played the original Ratchet and Clank, there is a scene at the end of the game where Ratchet is sitting in a chair and he has that look on his face and the weirdest freaking smile ever. So Ray, who is one who made my thumbnail, who makes my YouTube thumbnails that it's gonna be for videos, has also made a few emotes, made that one, and then also is in the process of making a sad Clank emote that I've told her to hold off on until a different time. But both are from Ratchet and Clank 1, like the original, not the remake, the OG. And it is a hilarious emote, in my opinion. Oh, look, the plumber's back. What was that about, a plumber's crack? No, I said that the plumber's back. Oh. What's up, fellas? Sorry, I love Ratchet and Clank. It's such a good game. Next to her as well. Waiting for you to follow back. So I don't really follow people back. I've had really bad experiences. So I will follow back after, like, if, you know, we chat a lot more with, like, on stream and stuff. Like, if I get to know you more on stream and stuff, like, that I will. But I don't usually follow back just due to a lot of bad actors. It's a policy that I have with everybody. And even this goes as far as, like, seriously? Wait a second. What German roast do you like to do? I literally only stream. Like, I haven't watched a movie in, like, years. Neko has been showing me some anime. Like, we've been watching Assassination Classroom. So that seemed pretty cool. But yeah, I literally just stream and write scripts. That's it. It's, yeah, Gladiator Deadlocked. Yeah, no, it's really good. I want to go back and play all the Ratchet and Clank games just based on the setup that I have right now. I can't stream any of my console games. So I will, once I get my own place, and if that does happen, I really hope it does. So like if when I get my own place, I do want to do, because I ended off when I lived in Washington trying to stream all the Ratchet and Clank games because I own all of them. But Once I can get it all set up, I do. Dude, what is going with these poor bells? They're just minding their own business. Once I get it all set up, I do want to do a Ratchet and Clank marathon and 100% all the games, and then I want to make a video on it. So. So, funny enough with the Lego games, I'm just going to preface this, Mina, by the way, just because you were talking about Lego games. Only one person needs to have the Lego games to actually play it, because they don't support online co-op typically, but there's the Steam Connect that you can use Steam Connect to pseudo do multiplayer. They're depending on like internet connectivity issues. Yeah, remote play together. Yeah, correct. Yeah, remote play together is what it's called. It's how Cheese and I played through Lego Marvel Superheroes, and it's how Doge and I played through the Lego Star Wars, the complete saga, and all the other Lego Star Wars games that him and I have played together. Blossy! By the way, Blossy is Blossels. We were talking about nicknames. Blossy is Blossels, and Blossy will still, and always will be, the most confusing viewer I'll ever have. You know I love you, Blossy. However, your origin story makes no sense. For reference's sake, the Summer Bundle, you see a pack? There are quite a few good packs. Sorry, I have to say Blossy's origin story because it's hilarious. You are just here. So Blossy joined the community during a Persona 5 stream. I want you all to know, that prior to that stream, Blossy had never seen Persona in their life, and they did not know what it was. Do we know how Blossy found the stream and found Persona 5 randomly to this day? Nope. Are we happy that they're here? Abso-fucking-lutely. And then Cheese and I and Cassie had to go on a mission to teach Blossy how to come to Twitch. It was a great time. $20, but 2.3K value? Sounds about right. That's the funny thing. This is where the Invincible meme comes up, right? I don't know too much about Invincible, but like, this might be when I use it correctly. That's the funny thing. They don't. All proceeds go to charity. And that means all proceeds. So developers, if I recall correctly with how Humble Bundle works, developers like happily will like give codes for their games to be used in the Humble Bundle, and then all proceeds, I think with like a very small like fee that goes to whatever it's called, like a small portion goes to the creators of Humble Bundle, but everything else goes to charity. Blossy, I don't bully you. Doge bullies you. And you bully me. But yeah, they don't make money. That it is all just fan based, and I think they have two really good bundles going on right now. Hold on. Now y'all are reminding me. I don't have money yet to do this, but I just want to see. Humble Bundle. I mean, I need to go on this anyway for Mina. But if I go to games, um, oh, they added a new one. Okay, so you have 17 hours left, by the way. 17 hours left for the Mega Hits 2006 bundle. A lot of good games. Risk of Rain 2, Borderlands 3 Standard Edition, Mafia 2 Definitive Edition, Bioshock Infinite, Tiny Tina's Wonderland, The Quarry, Trebs of Midgar, Homeworld Remastered, and Tales from the Borderlands, and then the other ones we don't care about, really. I mean, The Darkness 2 is okay. And XCOM, but yeah. Um, Hold on, they just added some more stuff. So, um, it's just Borderlands and such I really do not care about. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. So you don't like Duke Nukem 3D? Crazy. So, uh, here are my like recommendations for the Humble Bundle right now. If you have 17 hours, you can get the Sakura special, by the way. I'm just saying. Don't get the Sakura special unless you're into that stuff. Anyway, No More Robots. No More Robots is a fantastic bundle. There Earth Must Die, Let's Build a Zoo, Hypnospace Outlaw, Yes Your Grace, and then Not Tonight and Not Tonight One Love. Really, really good games. Really good games. But you get Spirit Tea. Spirit Tea is a My Neighbor Totoro style farming game with spirits. It's completely inspired by Studio Ghibli, and I think most notably My Neighbor Totoro. And it is on bundle for $12. Just saying. That's the first one I saw, the hentai shit. Let's not ask how many bundles of that I've been given. I've never purchased it, by the way. I have been given the Sakura special 3 times. Anyway, the Venezuela bundle is new. Let's see what we got there. Valhalla, I did just say, Valhalla Cyberpunk bartending action is incredible. Fucking one of the greatest games I've ever played. Hands down, fantastic. It is a game where you mix drinks and save lives, or change lives. Sometimes save lives, but change lives. It's great. If you like story and you like connecting with characters, it is a great game. You do very little. Tome a photo adventure is really good. That one's also really good. I don't know too much about Arco. Bug Fables, if you like, Bug Fablers is the Paper Mario inspired one, correct? I believe Bug Fables is the Paper Mario inspired one. 9 Years of Shadows, 77% positive. Interesting. Let's check that one out. Calico is the cat girl dating one. It's a very 1,000-Year Door. Yep. The Last Cat in the Universe, pretty good. Princess Pomu and the Five Moons, also pretty good, I've heard. The End is Nahal, if I may say so. Never heard of it. Lonesome Village, RKGK. RKGK is actually super good. I've heard good things. It's 76% positive Steam. I think it's better. Neon City Riders and Oyasumi. Good stuff. How to Train. Wait, what? Oh yeah. That's shoot. Yeah, one of them is How to Train Your Cock. Which one is that? It's not. Is that the Sakura bundle? I don't think it's the Sakura bundle. Yeah, no. Sakura bundle doesn't have that. What's the other one? Is it the Short Game Showcase? I think it's the Short Game Showcase has How to Train Your Cock. No. It does have Fill Up the Hole, though. Oh, I know there's some desktop companions. Is that it? That's right. Yep, that's the one that has How to Train Your Cock. It's a good one. It's a good one. By the way, if y'all thought I had a sensor, you're crazy. Short Game Showcase has Monster Camp 2 or Monster Prom 2. Monster Prom, fantastic game, just saying. The only other one I haven't seen yet is the Handsome Husbandos. Wait, does this have... Ooh, Nightshade and Steam Prison. Oh, there is a... It's just a group of dating games. Yeah, mostly. Sorry, I get distracted by good deals. Why are you growling at me? I've just been sitting here. Once again, Humble Bundle is a fantastic place. The proceeds go to charity. I always highly recommend it if you want to play a bunch of games. And the monthly choice bundle, fantastic. Highly, highly recommend. There's not too many like husbando games that I would play, right? Because I don't swing that way. We have talked about the fact that I would play Utano Prince Sama on stream, and that's purely because I love that game and I love that series and I listen to their music all the time. So there's that. And I need to make sure I get a Japanese Switch so that way we can play it once it comes out. Or no, it's already out on... There's the base game that's on Japanese Switch. Shining Live is supposed to be coming out soon, so that's going to be cool. But there is a... Oh my gosh, I think it's a NIS America game. I didn't think the Switch was region locked. There are for some games. Utapri is very notable for being region locked. Do you even know what it is? Yeah. I've seen advertisements for the games, and I think I own... No, I own Disney Infinity. But I do know what Disney Speedstorms is. I think I watched a Nathaniel Bandy video that advertised it. So, yeah, I mean, if I don't have my Switch on right now, but if somebody wants to check if Utano Prince Sama is on the English store, I'd be down. But then you can upgrade racers and carts. Nice. I can give it a try. There is a husbando ballet game that was supposed to be like critically acclaimed. Yeah, those are eShops. Yeah. So I have a Switch 1 that we're going to be changing over to Japan, so that way I can play it. There are some Japanese only games that I do want to stream. And then I was going to use a Google Translate to like image thing so that way I can read what it says. And if it's horrible, then it's horrible, but whatever. I want to play the games. I want to do that for Utapri, and I want to do that for Exile Election. Once again, lots of games to stream, lots of video ideas to make. I'll get there eventually. Glossy, can you send like 200,000 ducks to Sparks' house to convince them to edit, please? I'm just kidding. Sparks is great. We love Sparks. Sparks is just going through some hard times. Glossy, did you get around to watching Taskmaster? I was watching more Taskmaster New Zealand, and I was fucking baffling. Baffling? What what the fuck did I just say? I was baffling? I was laughing my ass off is what I was trying to say. I don't know why I just said baffling. I think I'm tired. Oh well. You just moved them past the fuck out? Okay, go watch some Taskmaster New Zealand so that way you can laugh your ass off. Have I watched Arcane? The answer to that question is unfortunately no. Because I stayed far away from it because I'm a very stout League of Legends hater. Then on top of that, I didn't realize that it was really mostly about like Jinx and some of the other like League of Legends characters. Sorry, Flamel. So yeah, I have not watched it. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really have too much interest in watching it. So I heard Arcane's buttons after like the first season. I feel like a lot of things get really bad after like multiple seasons. Like, did Stranger Things get told that it was like really bad after like the first season? Chat, I'm gonna do one more rinse around and then we're gonna do something funny. I might destroy my game doing this, but we're gonna do it anyway. I need to just confirm something. Then we will do it. This is a horrible idea what I'm about to do, so. She had a friend and she said like post it, so post it for shits and giggles. Is that what went really well on TikTok? I know Blossie lives on TikTok, so like Blossie might have seen it. So you might be a superstar to Blossie. I'm just saying. Hey, you'd be surprised. Sometimes they pop off. Gumbo da Bumbo! Let's go, Gumbo da Bumbo! We love Gumbo da Bumbo. Gumbo da Bumbo! It is weird. Sorry, I'm so sorry for whacking this. I would just want to do this so that way I'm hoping that this thing flies. Hold on, I gotta first see if this thing flies before we can do the funny. And then after the funny is done, I'm ending off the stream because I'm tired and I have to wake up in like 6 hours to stream again. So I really want to thank y'all also for being here for the stream. Especially with how bad the past 2 days have been and just like my mental state. It's nice to chat and chill. So I really appreciate y'all for being here. So I will end on at least a funny. You are all not prepared for what I'm about to do. Things are better. Appreciated, turnips. And like I said, if you ever want to play Gold, after we played with Neko the other day, he was like, dude, I really miss playing games with you. And I was like, yeah, likewise. Once again, I'm glad I'm not on the bad terms with like Flora's community. And that was once again proven when Flora just randomly showed up to the Mario Kart stream. So, dude, why do I have 2 awakened ones? How did we get here? Okay, I need to test something. Gumbo da Bumbo? Sorry, I love this guy's name. Gumbo da Bumbo. are pretty useful talks, I suppose. I just talk a lot. I just want to double check something. You. Do you... No. Do you fly? No? No, you don't fly. Okay, so... I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it because it's funny and I know that this boss doesn't do what I want it to do. Okay. What? No, hold on. Where in the fuck did you go? Okay. So I need to... Is it here? Oh. That's not... Okay. That's fine. Okay. Hold on. I gotta do this. Is it this? It is. Okay. Chat, are you ready for some dumb shit? What? Oh, okay, we're good. Are we ready for some dumb shit? Is it this, right? It is. What is happening? Okay. I need to delete, 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 delete. You 6 to 8. File, save. You. Okay. Get rid of that. It's this. No, it's this. You. You. No, stop fucking glitching out my screen, please. I get it. You're freaking the fuck out. There we go. Here. Fuck. Didn't mean to do that. Place. Here. I need to go. Sorry, this is going to take a little bit of time. Excuse me, where did all my games go? Very. There you go. Palworld. Do this. And it's this, 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 this. And then move you over here. Okay. That should be good. So we have never seen this pal before, but I can assure you that this pal cannot be lucky. And frankly, I think after a successful stream today, that this will just be funny to do this. Mods detected. I don't know, 402 days. Ah, yes, the Gazorpo Islands, where there was... Have I shown off the Gazorpo Islands? Hold on. Before the game freaks out. Is the Gazorpo Islands the one that I think it is? Hold on. I gotta see if this is Manny's Island. Because if this is Manny's Island, I mean, it is Shabinga. I think it's Gazorpo. Sorry, this is pre 1.0, so there might be some things broken, but I really gotta see. I haven't checked this in a while, but I really want to see if Manny's stuff is still here. For those who don't know, Manny or Minnie is a good friend, a really really good friend of Doge, and I'm a decent friend. He has made yep, this is definitely it. Oh my gosh. What's over here? What's over here? Oh, this is just the mining base. Okay. Wait a second. Okay, hold on. So we're right here. There's this one. Oh, there's a third base. What's this base? Oh, this is the one where I made... Yeah, this is the one that I made. Okay. That was good. Yeah, no, Manny would keep putting things up all around that would say Big Brother's always watching, or this could be you if you don't listen. So, Manny used to do a bunch of crazy stuff. This is not that type of crazy, but what you're about to see, purists will be very upset, but I don't give a shit. So, let's just go back to the beginning. Remember all the lamb balls and cats and chickens that are at the beginning? We love the lamb balls and cats and chickens. You know? It's a great time. Don't ignore the fact that the game's lagging. Ignore the fact that the game's lagging. Remember how it's all lamb balls and cats and chickens? Oh. The sheep are getting demolished over there. Oh my gosh. They're all fighting each other. Awesome. We're doing great. That is not a chicken? What are you talking about? Look at the elephants. Oh, okay. Oh, the game is not liking this. I may have spawned in too many. They are murdering everything. How did man construct this abomination? Hold on, I'm gonna change some. Oh, the dog just sniffed my ass. Okay. So, we're not supposed to see that pal for a very long time. That's a legendary pal. That is a jet dragon. And we're not supposed to fight that for a very long time. However, I already know that it is not a pal that can ever be lucky. So since the pal cannot be lucky, we have to go to some extreme measures to get the lucky pal. So as a result, I may have changed all of the spawns except for the elephants to be jet dragons. So we're going to just keep running around until one of them becomes lucky. Because this will be the only way that this can happen. Meanwhile, they're going to set fire to the land, so that's fine. So you might be wondering how that this is possible if you are new here. And there is a mod called the PAL Randomizer, which you might think is a little weird considering the fact that this game already has a randomizer included into it. However, there was a separate mod that puts in a randomizer, and you can actually change the spawns to whatever you want them to be. So you can make it random, or you can just type in what you want to spawn where. So I said, let everything be Jet Dragon. And this is the result that we are seeing. Now, the reason why the game was lagging a bunch... Oh, they just burned those Gumosses alive. The reason why the game was lagging a bunch is because I set it to spawn 6 to 8 of them, and then it multiplied by 3 because of the thing. Because of the adjustment that I made. So, technically, 18 to 24 Jet Dragons are being spawned in every area. Might have not been my brightest moment. We'll adjust the spawn rates later. But yeah, we've done this for a few of the impossible luckies. And I did tell myself that I wanted to only do this once we've interacted with a particular pal. However, I'm going to be real. I really want to maneuver in the air a lot faster. So I think I would rather just get this guy right now. So that Jet Dragon for some reason spawned over there. Okay, interesting. So yeah, some people might be upset because I'm breaking the game and it's impossible to get this pal as a lucky. So I'm ruining the spirit of Palworld. To that I say, I'm already gonna beat this fucker later on in the game. Like I'll beat the boss later. So like we're just skipping a step. There is a very real worry though. Because keep in mind, there are some pals that can never be lucky, but I've spawned them in so that way they always have a chance to be lucky. And we've done that for a few of them. Actually, this Melpaca, Cusco's Poison, that is actually a spawned in one with this mod, due to how rare Melpaca is in general. In hindsight, I should not have done it for Melpaca. And the reason I say that is because I found out that there is an area where Melpaca spawns like quite often. So I kind of just wasted like the usage of it. But like it's whatever. If we find a legitimate one, cool. Jet Dragon, on the other hand, will never spawn naturally in the world. There is only a boss of Jet Dragon. It literally is only a boss. You cannot find it naturally in the wild, so it can never be lucky. So I'm using this mod to only spawn in those that have the limit of only have never... Excuse me, I just sneezed. I'm only using the mod to spawn in luckies that are impossible to get, or that are exceedingly rare. For reference's sake, we have used the mod to get the King Paka and King Paka Crisp, both of which are impossible to get lucky because of their spawns. There have been Mao and Mao Crist. Both are extremely rare to get, like stupidly rare, to get lucky. So due to that, I decided to put them in. Pengullet Lux and Penking Lux are impossible to get lucky, so we've done those. And then Caperty. And Caperty is another one that, like, it's not extremely rare, but it's like mostly rare. So since it's mostly rare, like, I put it in that same vein as well. Oh, there we go. Look at that. And that is a lucky jet dragon. Caught a jet dragon. I didn't mean to get the achievement, but that's fine. Okay, so I might have made a mistake. Might have made a grave mistake with what is happening. Oh, I may have this is about to go very bad. Lamball's dead. There's some concerns happening. Oh no. How am I gonna do this? Oh no. So yeah, I got the achievement to catch a jet dragon. We'll catch the actual jet dragon later. For now, wow, that jet dragon has so much good shit. It's great. I'm so happy for you. I just realized an error with my method. Wait, it needs a missile launcher. We should be fine. I'm moving very slow. Okay. So, what did we get? Or other materials, production goods. Cool. Okay, so some people might be upset because of this. I get it. Like, I just caught a whole bunch of jet dragons that you really should only take a very, very long time to get. And frankly, this is my playthrough and I also just don't care. Like, let me get the... Like, there's some of the luckies I want to get legitimately and other ones I just don't care. So, like, let me have this one, first off. Second off, the reason I wanted to do this right now, after I do this real quick, ranking them up just to get a lot of good stuff. I got 2 extra ones? That's great. You're really fine, don't worry. So the reason I did this, Legend Lucky, Divine Dragon, and a Sadist, well, that's great, is because I need your frickin' thing, don't I? Hold on. I'm unlocking this early because I think this is okay. Fuck. Okay. So how do I make an AI core? How do I make what I need? Need the advanced workshop. So solarite ingot. Ancient furnace. Okay, cool. So I can't do that yet. So I did all of this for nothing. Beta wave generator. Mountain Lamp, King Packer Christ, this and this. Oh, we're doing such wonderful stuff. Chat, where's King Packer Christ? You, perfect. Let me just make this real quick. Okay, I did not think this through. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just gonna put this guy over here, and we're just not gonna allude to the fact that I did that. If Derpy asks, I've done nothing wrong. Also, I named this guy Cushbill. Up with the stick, Clovey. Get you right there. Oh. Alright, that's gonna be it though for the stream for tonight. So first off, if you're new, feel free to join the Discord. I haven't pitched this enough, but there is an actual Discord, so feel free to join that. We are slowly becoming more and more talkative. Slowly, surely. Secondly, so the schedule for this week is a little bit all over the place, and especially with how I just changed the stream for tonight, it's just all everywhere. So I just want to make it like kind of clear in what we're doing. Tomorrow morning, I am planning on finishing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And then tomorrow night, we are playing Dead by Daylight because there's the 2v8, and I'm going to be just streaming that for a fuck long time. Then I'm going to be streaming My Time at Porsche on Saturday, and I only plan to stream it for like 4 hours. I'm probably going to stream it for a lot longer, considering what I want to do. So, yeah. That's going to be a very long stream. And then I have a collab with Neko for playing 999, and then the Palworld stream that's on Sunday or Saturday. I might switch that, but we'll see. Anyway, it is almost 4 in the morning, so I should probably go to sleep because I have a stream in now 6 hours. I'm a streamaholic. It's great. But anyway, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. And y'all have a wonderful day, night, morning, afternoon, and or evening. Of course, my name's Gitathi. I'll see you next time for some more Ready Gaming. See you later. Peace. Bye, everyone.